we only two characters really got to say what they were doing upon waking up at the Aquavista, and we know that Gallin went to go and start his conversation with Castor, and he gave him 300 gold, and Smoke went to observe the destruction outside the city walls and handed out a fair bit of cash to help those impoverished, displaced, and injured people. However, nobody else got to tell me what they were doing that next morning, so I'm going to throw it to those people in particular.
Mm-hmm.
You wake up. Oh, no, in fact, I'm going to start with Red, if that's okay, John.
Yeah.
Red, you get a long rest. You have, though, a rather sleepless night. As the relaxation of the day and all of the commendations and celebrations all kind of sink in to the back of your mind. In your room at the Silvermount Tavern, you just got this eerie feeling. Could you make a perception check as Red for me?
We're not at the spa.
Yep.
Yeah, at the Aquavista. Sorry, did I not say that? Or somewhere else? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. I was thinking about the Silvermount because of John and I were discussing it before.
It was perception 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, not good. So Red, you get this eerie feeling that you're being watched. Your window's open. The moonlight over the bay bounces off and lights your room faintly. There's some shutters, curtains, a single closed door. Very kind of Spartan layout that you find in a spa, like wooden floor, single bed with sheets, wardrobe, some burning incense lit in as a compliment. But nothing else.
So if I'm feeling a bit weird, I'll cast Mage Armor and then I'll cast Detect Magic.
Okay. You take precautions, and when you cast Detect Magic, are you just trying to observe any pings like in the room, or are you looking out the window? What are you doing?
Just anything within the space. 30 feet. Just since I feel weird, I mean, might not pick up anything if it's not magical, but
there's some like elemental energy that Mir usually gives off generally, being descended from an enchanted being, and that you'd be familiar with, and there's a similar resonance, but you know it's not Mir. Some kind of almost imperceptible energy, very faintly by the door, like almost under the crack of the door.
I'm just gonna screw it and go and open the door.
Okay. How do you do it? You just fling it open?
I'll go up to the door and I'll kind of rest my hand on the handle for a minute, and I'll just listen.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Yeah, 9.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'll open the door just normally.
You fling open the door, and an attendant at the other end of the corridor, collecting up used towels from the day, is starting. Oh, Everything okay, miss?
Oh,
Anything I
sorry.
can get for you?
Sorry, no. Was someone here just now?
Oh, not that I could see. I've just been doing the rounds. I'm coming up to you shortly. Is there anything you need?
No, that's fine.
Oh, good night, miss.
Night. Oh, I just
She
wanted back.
wheels a cart round on the corners towards one of the bedrooms.
That was weird. I guess I'll just sit down and kind of like keep my ears open for 10 minutes.
As you return to your bed and sit, you notice that the door just shuts.
I'll be like, Caduccio?
And then the shutters close one after another.
Don't tell me this place is haunted after everything. It's just we've all got separate rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the room next to mine?
Jacob, let's say.
I'll open the door again and I'll go to Jacob's door.
You go to try the door and it's locked.
Oh shit.
You hear a voice in the back of your head coming from behind you.
Master.
I could not fulfill your request.
Oh. You're the creature that Calixeros trapped, right?
You freed me, and it is my want to serve you.
Okay. You could definitely make yourself useful. Where do you want to reside? Do you want back in the flask?
Is my home, but I prefer to be out here, doing my master's bidding.
Okay, cool. Well, don't make too much noise. I usually go to sleep around this time.
Is it that you seek?
That which I seek. There are a couple of people. Do you track down people without killing them?
Do as my master bids.
I can probably make use of you yet, but let's talk about it in the light of day, shall we? Put my head back on the pillow.
And your iron flask starts glowing, but the topper is still in.
I'll go and open it.
As you open it, you just feel a whoosh of air, and the iron flask stops glowing and appears normal once more.
I'll leave it on the bedside table and just pull the covers over me and just go and just groan and go back to sleep. Try and sleep.
Do you leave the stopper off it or put it in it?
No, I'll put it back on. Yeah.
Okay. As you go to put the stopper back in the top of the iron flask. Good night, master.
Night.
So yeah, a little bit of a spooky night's sleep for Red. Is there anything that she would want to accomplish early in the morning, or after that slight disturbance, she lie in a bit more?
So that would be the same morning that we played a bit of smoke going through town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, she stays in bed late.
Okay.
Wait for other people to go.
Righto. Jacob, you already got up and spoke to Gallin, and Gallin
Did.
went on his way. Is there anything you wanted to accomplish?
I don't think so. Other than just wander around the city, seeing if there's anything he could help with. If the boat go down to the docks, if they're bringing in a catch, can he give a bit of a hand? Just generally being nice.
Okay. As you go for a wander down the docks in the morning, you see signs of life beginning to return to the small businesses that pepper the seafront. The odd fishmonger, some people kind of loading up their like meager trade offerings. Still very few boats docked there in the morning, and lots of boarded up, damaged, or abandoned properties. I'd probably say about 60% of the dockside is
Wow.
abandoned or boarded up or damaged in some way. Could you make a perception check for me?
Yes, I could.
You just take in the sea air and observe the horizon. And just off in the distance, much larger than any of the trade vessels or fishing boats that are sparsely dotted across the landscape, you see a large boat that you would recognize to be of elven construction, with gilded detailing, a really kind of resplendent kind of bust on the front, and like luxury sails. But it's just on the horizon. Somebody who's done as much traveling as you might guess that it might be heading for Silvercrest, and if so, might be docked by the end of the day.
Does it look like? I take it I can't tell if it's got a set. There's like the sigil of Inelian on the sail or anything from this distance.
Make a history check. Yeah, you did stay on Inelian, and you stayed with people connected to the main noble house, but you can't be sure it's exactly the same.
Okay, well, I'd go and probably head my way up to the watch or the castle or the KMF. Somebody in charge to report that there's a ship potentially heading towards the city.
I mean, the dockmaster is probably the person you'd report that to, and they're not far away. Yeah.
We met her.
Very busy lady.
Yes. So yeah, I'd go tell her. I think there's an elven ship on its way in, so
I seem to remember she likes you, or was it not like you?
She didn't like me.
No.
She was busy, and I was distracting her.
That was probably before you had the Crest of Freedom, though.
I mean, there is that, yeah. Yeah, so I'll go and tell her that there's an elven ship on the horizon, possibly heading towards Silvercrest. So they should be potentially prepared for visitors to arrive.
She gratefully receives the information, gives you a courteous nod, and goes back to her paperwork.
God, probably while I'm there, say, is there anything you need help with this morning on the docks? I find myself at an unusual free end.
Goodness, now you're asking me for her name. Bear with me. I've got it. It just takes a second to get it.
Evelyn Cromwell Vale.
Yes, thank you. You got that quicker than me, but I remember it. Is it Elwyn?
It's I've got it spelled probably wrong. ENWENEN. That's probably
you
wrong.
spelt it in the chat, LON. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
From Cromvale.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Enwyn and Cromvale. That's correct. Yes, Enwyn and Cromvale. She well, it's very nice of a decorated member of CGS to come and offer to help down at the docks. To be honest, we're really short of men and hands. I could employ you for a day.
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, I'll double the daily rate to 2 gold pieces if you wish.
You don't have to do that, but yeah, just need to get Silvercrest back on its feet.
Well, right you are. The down at the Umberlee Temple, they were storing a lot of precious goods down with the clerics there. They probably need redistributing, and obviously any boats that come in, you have the port authority to assist with.
Very well, I'll go get started.
Very good. And she just goes back. So Jacob is employed for the day.
Jacob's employed. Yeah. Jacob needs money, so Jacob is going to seek gainful employment.
she hands you like a timesheet that you can return to her at the end of the day, as long as it's been signed.
Fair enough.
By a dockhand. Very good. Yeah. What about our new dwarven associate Halvard?
I don't think you would have stayed at the Aqua Vista. I think you probably would have left at kicking out time to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Harrigan Venters? What's the two?
Yeah, Harrigan Venter are the main smiths in Hearthcast.
Yeah, probably just pop in there, see if they've got any good coffee on the go. To
In the
nurse my
morning?
hangover. Yeah,
Yeah.
in the morning. Like, not
Yeah.
early.
No, yeah, I mean, the shop is open early till late, and there are no customers that particular morning, but the door is open. You go in, and you see Venter. She makes you a coffee and asks, "So, Halvard, you've done so much for us over here in Hearthcast, but some of your skills is wasted here."
Well, I don't think they were wasted, but I definitely don't think I'll be staying around much longer. Maybe a couple more months, and then I'll be getting back on board with moving on.
Aye.
We'll see where the winds take me.
I mean, for your people, like Kutapol in the mountains, you know, if you landed here as the first place after leaving, you've got so much more of the Isles to explore. Maybe you could go somewhere less, under threat from an infernal invasion.
That would be nice. A wee holiday.
Mm. I mean, it's getting winter, so I don't know. I'll probably avoid going all the way too far north, but there's riches to be made in Crystal Spear, or even further across the Crystal Bay.
I've always wanted to visit Crystal Spear. Never really got a chance. I think maybe passed by once, but never actually stopped by the city itself and explored it thoroughly.
Even for a dwarf, it's a big climb, that city. As you know, it goes up like multiple levels to almost a peak. You'd have to have some important business to go all the way to the top.
Is it some kind of hierarchical social structure where the higher up the city, the more wealthy you are?
Oh, well, you have been, obviously.
That's just what I heard. It's just rumours.
Is there anything we can do to support you? I mean, you've done so much to help us, and my shop's still standing thanks to the likes of you and some of the other warriors that were commended yesterday. Anything that I could do for you?
There was something.
Get you another coffee.
Cheers, lassie. There was something. That breastplate, that Goliath fella dropped off the half plate.
Oh, it's still in the back.
maybe we could do something with it and give it back to his compatriots.
Oh, you mean the big fella that turned up during the gnome's speech yesterday?
I just mean all of them.
Oh, like a memorial piece.
Aye.
Hmm.
I don't know.
That's
If
awfully
quite what-
sentimental for you, Halvard.
Well, I don't tell anybody. Don't go shouting out about it. I'll just be the delivery man.
Well, the big Goliath fella said he was trekking back down to the Citadel, and yeah, it'd be nice to have something to take with him. It'll surely take a few days to process all those prisoners and all that paperwork. What do you think I should engrave it with?
Maybe picture of the big man, or of the group, or maybe that white stag symbol that they keep flashing around.
Oh, the one that posh tabaxi had on his cloak.
Aye, that's the one.
You know, if you could get me a design of that, I could whip that up in a day, no problem.
Oh, I'll have to go ask one of those white stag folk themselves then.
I wouldn't want to do it
Sure.
from memory. It's not what it used to be, you know.
I'll bump into them today. I've got a few questions for some of them. I wanted to get to know them a bit better. Seem like interesting folk and heroes and whatnot.
Well, I'll surely see you later, and just in case it's Herrig and not me, there is like a traditional dwarven gift that I don't think you got when you left Fordheim. But see, us folks on the Sword Coast, when a dwarf departs for pastures new, you're meant to give him a diamond.
Diamond?
Aye,
No,
you
I
know,
def-
like, if, you know, on the one hand, it's meant to symbolize fortune and riches and, you know, bringing the wealth of your homeland on your journey with you. But also, it's handy if you ever get fucking decked by a dragon.
It's a key component that to a very useful spell.
Exactly. Why do you think we keep them special?
I don't really talk about Fortime much. It's just definitely didn't leave on the best of terms.
Well, no wonder they didn't give you a diamond. I'd have been pissed off as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It means a lot. It's reminds me I've still got a connection to my people.
You always will have a home here. And she
Aye.
takes out a box, and with the Herrig Inventors like logo, there is a 1,000 gold piece equivalent diamond.
Does it have like a resurrection diamonds on the side of it?
No, but it does have like a leaflet, like you know, looking to resurrect a loved one. Like, come to Herrig Inventors. Like, we don't usually deal in jewels, but hey, we're dwarfs. Don't ask questions. But yeah, she gives it to you, and it clearly has a lot of sentimental value. You see, it's a finely cut gem with her kind of family heirloom, and you know, everybody in this region is probably related to Herring and Venter on some level, and so it's a family you know well, and they've taken you in since you arrived here in their community, and you know, it's, you know that it's a lot of money, especially in the current state of Silvercrest, but it's a touching gift nonetheless.
I won't. I'll never forget you. I'll always try and stop by. You know, this is my second home.
Of course. Well, hopefully you'll come back with that design anyway, you soft bastard. Now go on, I've got work to do.
I'm not leaving today, that's for sure. Yes, Cerulea out.
Very good. Mia, what about you?
Well, I would kind of hang out around Aqua Vista, either kind of have breakfast and keep our eye out for those two druids that turned into barn owls, or just generally kind of lurk around that area for a couple of hours after she first wakes up to see if they appear with the diamonds.
Hmm. As you hang around a bit longer, like Red's obviously having a lie-in, maybe, you know, ladies of leisure, while all the others have gone off doing what they want to do. After kind of the end of like the breakfast service, presumably after Red emerges like 5 minutes before the end,
Think.
you see the bald-headed proprietor or the manager who runs Aquavista on behalf of Caduccio the Clean. She comes up to you, Dandri. Milady, could we have a word in private in my office?
With me?
I'm really sorry to trouble you. Indeed, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Very
Okay.
well. And she walks over. Instead of walking like right across the whole of the spa, she just takes you to the nearest wall, and she produces a key out of her cloak and just puts it into the wall. And when she turns it, a door just materializes into the wall, and she opens it.
Cool.
And her office, it seems, is Caduccio's lair. It is
Wow.
an extra dimensional cave with mountains of gold, fine collections, you know, woven carpets, silks, statues, and despite the kind of grandiose nature of this like extra dimensional dragon lair, Dandri goes over and sits at a extremely modest Spartan desk in the corner.
Okay. Is there a chair opposite her desk?
As she sits down and points her hand over to the other side of the desk, a chair just materializes.
Kind of looking round, I'll sit down. A bit in wonder.
Yes. We try and keep this mystical side of Caduccio's dealings out of the main customer area of Aquavista. These kind of business meetings are extremely private, and thus I had to invite you in. I do hope you'll forgive me.
It's. Can you explain how this happened?
It's certainly not my doing, dear. This this key and this conjuration is Caduccio's doing.
Okay, of course.
Dragons
Is he here?
are very powerful. Well, of course he is. Just look over there. As you turn round, you see this kind of like platform. There's like a mesa sticking out of the cave. It's got like a moat of gold around it. And there's like low hanging stalactites, and kind of like propped up like art and portraits.
Whoa.
And as you look like closer at the mesa, just almost as if coming out of an invisibility enchantment, scale by scale, Caduccio appears in the middle of the extra dimensional cave.
I don't think I'd seen him before. I don't think Mia was there.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh, you too. I like your room. I mean, house and cave. I mean, it's so nice.
You're very welcome, and your compliments also. I'm glad
Sorry.
that you and your party were able to take me up on the offer of a free stay at my spa.
Oh, thank you for allowing us to do it. We're so honoured. I slept very well. I'll tell everyone. I'll give a good review.
That would be most appreciated. It seems that your half-elf and gnome friend made good on a deal they made with me on their last visit.
What's the deal?
My request was that they take care of the Zentarim, and they've all upped and gone. I'm not sure
Oh.
if it was anything directly to do with them, but sometimes fortune favors the brave.
Hmm.
I trust
Uh,
that now the Zentarim have left Silvercrest, that I can count on the watchful eye of the Knights of Mystical Fire to ensure we don't receive any more trouble like that in future.
should certainly hope so. Yes.
Pesky bandits troubled me and plagued my businesses for nearly my entire existence, which is a long time, don't you know?
Well, you don't look a day under 100.
A
A day
100.
over 100.
A century is but a mere hour to a dragon. Anyway, in exchange for your cooperation and good faith, is there anything I can do for you?
D- do you have anything in mind?
Well, my contacts tell me that your new contingent of soldiers wish to erect a temple in the middle of the square.
Yes. Yes, we do. Yes. Caleb
How
announced that
does
yesterday.
oh, sorry, I'm getting a little bit of a delay, I think. Um, how does a besieged city on the brink of financial ruin afford to erect a resplendent temple to such a wonderful and well-respected god like Mistra?
Uh, yes, that's a good point. Um,
Mm.
Something that I was going to talk to the KMF about.
Well,
Should
they're a
help.
good, honest bunch, and if they intend to raise the funds through hard work and honest endeavor, then fair play to them. It would be most painstakingly slow, though.
But if the KMF, if part of their role was to stop the Zentarum from taking over Silvercrest or even taking up space here, you could help with the building of the temple.
You're now starting to see my plan.
I'm a
By
bit
freeing
slow.
up hands of the KMF, I can put spears into them and station them outside the Aquavista.
Oh, it's maybe not a very relaxing vibe for a spa.
I was speaking metaphorically, dear. I don't wish to furnish them with actual spears.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm very literal.
Anyhow, I have a contact in Silvercrest. Her name is Kalain. She is an artiste with the keenest eye, and she will undoubtedly prove useful if you do wish to erect a house of culture and a place of worship right around that glorious, shining gem in the middle of
Yes,
Silvercrest.
yes. That's exactly what I want. Yes.
Well, you're not going to do that with dwarven architecture. I'm sorry, have I made you feel uncomfortable?
No, no, I just never talked to a dragon before, um, and uh,
More of a Drake,
and
really.
a drake. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh God.
No, it's quite all right.
So your friend Colleen, she she could be the architect.
At least the designer, yes. I'm sure she would have more skills than any native resident of Silvercrest in order to help you.
Okay. Does she,
Although your tiefling friend did have a keen eye for style, as far as I remember.
oh, yeah. But if I let her design it, she'll put a runway down the middle of it.
Mm. There's been worse things to put in the middle of a temple.
Well, that's true.
Perhaps the three of us might go for dinner sometime.
That'd be great.
I've struggled to make friends, and really the dull dross of the humans and dwarves who drag their knuckles along the concrete in Silvercrest don't really inspire much creativity. I'm beginning to wonder if there are any people of real taste in Silvercrest left at all.
Very much that the purple crystals will do something to kind of inspire that sort of thing here.
I
I
do
think
hope so.
it's too soon to tell, but I hope that happens.
Well, seek out Colleen. She'll be somewhere in the city. And
Okay.
make sure that the Aquavista is well looked after.
Okay.
I'm happy to finance any design Colleen authorizes.
That's very generous. Kalaine, what does she look like? How do I find her?
Hmm. She's an artiste. And if you can't find her amongst the knuckle dragging humans and dwarves that I aforementioned, then perhaps you're not as keen a soldier as I might have heard.
No, of course I'll find her. Of course, she's an artiste. Of course I will. Uh,
Hmm.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Now then, will there be anything else?
No, no. Uh, Unless you happen to have a chunky diamond hanging around anywhere, so I can bring a friend of mine back.
A friend of yours?
Well, a friend. I'm part of the KMF.
Hmm. Given the considerable finances I wish to invest, I will have Dandry take a diamond out of the business funds. Consider it a loan.
Okay.
Indeed, if this city does become a hub of culture and resplendence, as we both hope, then there'll be plenty more diamonds and gold where that comes from.
Would be beautiful. Uh, Thank you.
And the pearlescent scales of this light coloured drake seem to kind of glimmer and shine as it speaks of gold and diamonds. Caduccio, the clean, seemingly has grand designs on Silvercrest, and
Mm.
as somebody who has propelled themselves to the top of the hierarchy, you get the impression, although they're not willing to exploit or manipulate those relationships, it's clear that Caduccio values connections, and with that, they tip their metaphorical cap to you, and he looks over to Dandry, who stands up from the desk and gives a kind of like a reserved sigh, as if to say, was I even needed in this meeting? And
Been an email.
shows you toward the door, and back into the bar slash refectory, where I presume Red would be waiting for you at this point.
Have I just like stepped out of a wall from Red's perspective?
Yeah, as you step out, Dandri steps behind you and shuts the door, and the wall returns to the
Did she
wall.
give me a diamond or no?
Dandri acknowledges like that you look at Red and says, just come and see me before you leave and we will complete the transaction.
Okay. And I'll skitter towards.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
Because I'll just have seen you appear out of the wall as, oh, God. Oh. Hi, May, you just came out of the wall.
I just had a meeting with Caduccio the Clean.
You did?
Yeah.
He's in the wall?
Yeah? Sort of? Kind of everywhere, maybe? I'm not sure.
You know what? I don't like staying here that much anymore. I like the spa, and I like the sauna and the pool and everything like that, but I've got people creeping around talking to me now. Caduccio's in the walls.
No. They're really cool. And actually, I think they want to take us out for dinner.
Okay. I won't
I
say
bet
no to
they'll
a
pay.
free dinner. Yeah, I bet they will pay.
Yeah. Anyway, they're gonna hook me up with someone to design the temple.
The temple with all the magic items and stuff you're going to have and all the cultural things, and
Yeah.
how's the budget?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the budget would be for a designer. But Caduccio is going to cover that, and then I've got a small army to help me build it. Haha.
Oh.
Uh,
Better than doing it ourselves.
so, yeah. You haven't seen those two druids this morning, have you?
No, I've just got up.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I just need some breakfast.
Okay, I'll look around for someone to bring us coffee.
You see that the on the kind of like menu in front of you that is enchanted with an illusory script spell. As soon as you start looking around, is in red. Says like the breakfast time had finished like 15 minutes ago.
Let me stop serving.
Red's eyes just start to like light up and flame a little bit.
Sorry, I'm not really that hungry, but
When is the lunch menu? And I'll just start like clicking my fingers up and just trying to get someone.
I think that's for like another 2 hours. I think the kitchen's closed.
Just forehead on the table. Ah.
Red, you see out of the corner of your eye the same woman who was delivering towels just walks into the bar with like a mop and bucket, and then, oh, I didn't realize there are people still here. I'm sorry.
I just scowl across the room.
Oh, it's okay. I'll just, and then she puts it down, and then claps, and then the mop starts moving by itself, and starts mopping the floor.
Whoa.
Cool tricks.
About.
Do we get the?
Oh, go on. Sorry.
I said, do we get the feeling that we've maybe outstayed our welcome now?
You on your recollection, Dandry's request to come and see you before you leave, or to come and see her before you leave, was invitation to leave.
Okay.
Sorry, Kirsty.
Cool.
It
Dropping
keeps
a bit of
cutting
sound
out for
there.
me. I don't know. I can see your lips moving, but then the sound comes in like halfway through.
Oh.
I don't know if is there a battery issue on your headphones, maybe, or
Is everyone else having
you
that?
Yeah, it's the same for us. It might be the
There is-
sensitivity
there
of your
is-
mic setting.
Yeah, I'm having the same problem with you. Everyone else is fine for me, and I'm in France on a tin can.
Oh, you're in France. I
Gareth's in France?
Shit, man! Why didn't you
Holy
say
shit!
so?
How did that even happen? Like, how did you get there? I don't...
my headphones are no different from normal, so I don't know.
I
Have you
suspect
tried-
it's just the sensitivity in Discord is just not picking up. I think if you speak
have you tried
consistently, it's
playing
fine.
In Discord.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a setting.
yeah, user
Yeah.
settings.
Maybe check which microphone
the
if you have
video?
more than one. Maybe check which one's selected. Maybe it's switched to
Where
something
where do I do this?
in settings. So
There's
cogwheel.
the cogwheel at the bottom near your name. User settings.
Yeah.
And then voice and video.
My output volume is quite low.
It's no, the mic automatically determine input settings. Is that turned on for you?
Sensitivity.
Yes.
You might want to turn it off so you manually do it and take the slider down to the left so it'll pick you up more.
What do you mean manually do it?
There's a switch that
There's a if
allows
you
you
click
to turn off that option.
Okay.
and then a
So
little
then-
slider appears and you can move.
Yeah.
The more to the left it is, the more sensitive your mic is.
Oh, I see. So if that's all the way to the left.
Yeah, you sound
Am I
okay.
cutting out now? La 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 la.
You're not
La,
cutting
la,
out.
la, 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 la. This is great for the stream.
It's great.
There is a slight delay though, but I
There's
don't
still
think.
a
At least I
delay,
can
yeah.
hear you now.
Okay.
Maybe you can. We're coming up on a break, so maybe we can reconnect and maybe you can give it a reboot or something. Turn it off on again. Always works.
Yeah. It's never happened in Discord before.
No, yeah.
No.
But now at least you're not cutting out. That was the most annoying when we were losing parts of what you were saying. That
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a few minutes. Gallon, you were mid conversation with Caster. You just handed over 300 gold pieces to write off your outstanding debt.
Yes.
Was there anything else you wanted to say to Caster?
Yeah, I did. Could we say, I don't know if you allow me, could we say that I left Amaris in the Aqua Vista?
Sure.
So he's just there. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use him after.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as I pass the gold and he puts it away, I'll probably just say to him like,
So, how are you doing right now with everything that happened? Busy day, wasn't it?
Oh, organizing Freedom Day at the drop of a hat and trying to coordinate all of the damage and lost workforce and building projects and trying to keep the guild happy. And then the sudden announcement of my sister's resignation. I mean, I've had quieter days.
I was going to ask you about this. You said sudden, so you didn't know? She didn't tell you?
No. Corizel would usually have discussed these things with me, but ever since she regained consciousness from that awful comatose state, and I visited her in her dreams. She seems different.
So,
I often think the old Corazel might have hung on until the job killed her, but maybe she now has the wisdom and foresight to know when a job is beyond her. Not that I think it is, mind. I mean, the fact that she and the city survived the awful siege of fire and water, as they're calling it.
how long was your family in charge here?
Oh, generations. My father assumed the mantle of chairperson after his father was, well, falsely or at least harshly dealt with by Lucian Broadgrove's administration and that Reginald Rosemantle.
Right. I mean, I don't know. Like I feel for you. I don't know what it must feel like. She's almost like throwing away your family's legacy.
Mm. Well, I think the resurrection of Lucian Broadgrove would have diverted our family's legacy by one means or another, and if we're able to oversee a peaceful transition, and if Sir Broadgrove wishes to oversee Silvercrest, I guess that is his wish. But if another outcome is possible, then we'll do everything we can to facilitate that.
Well, at the moment, he's not really in any shape to do anything.
What do you mean? He was defending the city but 2 days ago.
That was not him.
What? You mean to
So,
say his resurrection was a ruse?
no, we resurrected him. However, something happened to him during the trip to recapture his sword. And speaking of which, I'm really sorry to tell you this, but you heard about our friend Coronac
Yes,
passing
I'm
away.
terribly sorry for your loss.
Yeah, so sorry, but it looks like the team's not going to be able to fulfill our promise regarding the dragon egg. It was lost with him.
Oh dear.
I know. I don't know what happened. They told me he fell into lava and there was no way of recovering it. The magic item that it was held in would have likely been destroyed, but the contents would have, as far as I know this magic, and I know a little bit about magic, would have spilled into the lava. So who knows what's going to happen with that egg.
Tell me, Galen, where exactly were you when Coronac perished?
I was here, well, I was in the castle reading the book that allowed me to summon the tower, and
Oh,
well,
I'm sorry. I gave you gave the impression that you were with him when he died. Do you know exactly where Coronac fell?
it was at an old temple somewhere on the Inelian Islands. I don't know exactly where, but
On Inelian.
yeah, that's right. The other
Those
members will
treacherous
know.
elves. I bet they had something to do with this. Hey, bear with me. And he goes through a couple of drawers, and he pulls out an old continental map of the Isles, which is focused on the coast of Silvercrest, which we'll pick up with after the break.
Perfect.
Okay. So yeah, I'll see you. What, we're having half an hour today.
I will try to be ready in 20. That's
Yeah.
probably more like it. Yeah. So.
and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. The chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She made 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the docks into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came and the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink, for in the dark with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we'd not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask, for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. So come gather near and bend your ear, for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. Hey ho!
So, Cast as a Jet brings out an old map of the Isles, and he is zoomed in. The cartographers obviously tried to chart Inelian at one point. You see a group of 3 islands, and you see a couple of different structures. Do you remember whereabouts, or were you told whereabouts the party were when Coronac fell?
I'd probably have to roll something for that, right? Because it was only from what they told me. So I guess, I mean, I know it as a not as a player, but
I'll let you use your player knowledge, because I would rather you, if you remember it, you tell me. But
mean,
if you don't, you don't.
I mean, I remember it was the main, sort of the biggest island. Do I remember?
Okay, right, yeah, biggest island. Okay, so whereabouts?
There was a village, and there was a manor, and the manor belonged to the family of Montenay.
Oh, okay. There's Montenay owns most of the land on the island, on the main island.
It was their
There's a
homestead.
Yeah. Well, there's the main family home. There's the hamlet in which the palace of Ainelian resides. Did you go to the palace?
It was sort of no, it wasn't a palace. They didn't mention a palace. It was sort of a manor surrounded by fields and
Okay.
forest. Mm.
I will start my investigations there.
And then from there they traveled, I believe, north. I think there's an
North. Well, it's on the north side. You
it
must be
wasn't.
mistaken.
Yeah, you can probably get some more information on this from one of the others. They've all been there.
I might have to. And he kind of writes a note to himself.
So what I was
think you-
saying, yeah, what I was saying, I mean, yeah, I wasn't there, but like, I'm sorry that this we couldn't fulfill the promise, but it.
Well, I just wish you'd have handed it to me when I asked for it the first time, Galen.
We should have, in hindsight. I understand that. There was group discussion. Uh, Not the most trusting bunch, I guess. And
Do you know? Have you ever come between a dragon and its egg?
I mean, except this time where we took the egg and there's a dragon about. Not really.
Hmm.
Have you seen it, by the way? There's the people are saying that there's lots of evidence of a dragon attack out there in the fields.
I wouldn't listen to rumor and hearsay. I mean, surely if there was a dragon attack on the edge of the city, then we would have seen it.
I mean, it's apparently a black dragon, so yeah, at night it might have been quite stealthy.
But I do
Jack,
know that if it knows that its egg has been destroyed, then it will exact a terrible and fiery revenge on everybody in the city. So I better start my investigation quickly because every second counts, to be frank.
would lava destroy a dragon's egg, you think?
Some dragons incubate their eggs in lava, although I'm not sure about this particular one. My father warned me about it. And you see kind of a few ideas like cross Caster's mind, but he looks a bit panicked and a bit fraught.
Just going back quickly to what I was saying before about Lucian Broadgrove is currently being steered by a magic, basically magic created by Frederick.
I mean, Frederick is controlling Lucian Broadgrove?
No, there's a construct, artificial intelligence, if you will, that not Frederick's father, Reginald, created, called Sam.
Well, Reginald was indeed a powerful mage, and he is responsible for keeping Lucian Broadgrove secret under the city and enchanting the arms of those people who betrayed him, including my grandfather. If such a thing was possible, then it would only be by the hand of someone as powerful as Reginald Rosemantle. Does this mean Reginald Rosemantle, by proxy, is in control of Silvercrest?
No, he's not in the picture. We try to find him, but we have some ideas where he might be. But he's the artificial intelligence, the thing controlling Lucian and controlling all the machines, responds to us. He listened to us when we imparted the amulet onto Lucian.
So the intelligence, as you put it, is contained within the amulet.
Correct, and we think that we can ask it to go back in the amulet, leave Lucian, but the problem is Lucian's is affected by a very strong magic. Frederick thinks he might be able to reverse it, but who knows? And
And at this point, Castor shuts the door, and I'm not sure what's happening to my focus on my camera there. He shuts the door in his office, and there's like a window that comes out of his office onto like the main kind of Guildhall floor, and he's kind of shut some curtains. What you say is true, Galen, and Lucian Broadgrove has been incapacitated somehow. Then, as my sister expects to step down, there'll be a power vacuum that the city would expect him to fill. But what should we do?
well, I mean, you heard your sister. She's basically saying, come up with a way of electing a new leader or something like that. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. The Lucian, for a very short time that I met him, the first thing he went and did was go after his favorite sword, and during that trip, he got his brain, I don't know, affected, and then during the same trip, Coronac died, which, it doesn't give me a lot of faith in his leadership abilities, despite all the history that you read about what kind of man he was before. That doesn't really give me much confidence, not the same confidence I have in, someone like you.
Are you attempting to influence Castor to run for office, as it were?
Yeah.
Make a persuasion check.
Can I use inspiration?
Yes, your inspiration.
Okay. 20.
Listen, we know how myths work, especially on these isles. The history of the settlement wars looms heavy over everybody, and sometimes the myth is greater than the man. And if you've witnessed Lucian not only make poor decisions, but also compromise himself in some way, then that is indeed worth at least thinking of a plan B.
Well,
I
if
don't wish.
if his condition was somehow, accidentally leaked to the public.
Indeed, that might sow the seeds of preparation towards a transition after Lucian Broadgrove. That's a good idea.
You've shown nothing but resolve and dedication and the skill to control this. And you seem to me like a kind of a person to which a little bit of power would not be a problem.
He kind of looks at you and rubs the scar which runs down like the middle of his forehead to his lower jaw. I mean, in these dire straits, Lucian Broadgrove isn't the only one to have compromised himself. However, I do take your point. There aren't many other people with the organization and respect of the people to oversee any transition of government. And I'll take it under consideration. After discussion with my sister, of course. If you could perhaps elucidate her as to Sir Broadgrove's situation, that would make my negotiation a lot easier.
Sure, I can talk to her. We seem to gonna have a little bit of time spare after this ordeal has been sorted for now. So yeah, I feel like maybe we should do it. We'll do it legitimately and
Indeed. Well, you can make those preparations, speak to my sister, and I will start my investigations around Inelian. I just received word, actually, from the dockmaster that there may be a ship from Inelian bound this way this evening.
I wonder if the one of the Montenay, the granddaughter, who they told me about, she said she's gonna come visit.
Well, if they have conducted their business in the way with which I'm familiar, those elves are not to be trusted. And if they are holding a dragon egg hostage, then it would behoove everybody in Silvercrest to defend themselves against any possible exploitation.
Well,
It-
maybe
If I was a businessman looking to make a pretty penny off the at the closure of the siege, then I'd be jumping on ship and heading this way myself, just as they are.
yeah, maybe be careful with the information about the egg. We don't want to scare people or raise any suspicions. I don't think, from what they told me, that the elves know about the egg. We never told Tisha, or they never told Tisha, as far as I know.
Tisha. She of age already? She was just a whelp when I last heard of her.
Yeah, from what I heard, she was a young adult.
Time flies. Anyway, thank you. I will enter any such negotiation prepared, and obviously we shall keep everything discussed in this office between us, except
course,
between my sister, of course.
Yeah, when the time comes, you've got my support.
He extends a hand to you.
Yeah, I shake it.
Anything I can do to help.
And then I'll leave.
You see him pondering his options that perhaps he hadn't pondered prior to your discussion. And yeah, you exercise some diplomacy that probably you've not had chance to in the kind of fraught time in Silvercrest that you've had thus far.
Yeah. I'll upon leaving, I'm gonna telepathically ask Amaris to go find Red alone in the Aqua Vista, and ping me when he does.
Cool. So Red and Mia are frustrated at their inability to find something to eat. And after a little bit of a wait, you see Dandry come in with like some papers, a small kind of like haversack, and she just gives Mia a kind of glance like,
2 minutes. To Red, and then I'll go off and follow
Okay.
Dandry.
As Mia goes off with Dandry, Red, how frustrated is Red right now?
Pretty, yeah, about 7.
Yeah. Within a minute.
Out of 5.
Yeah. Within a minute, you see a little red pseudo dragon carrying a small T, which with string wrapped around the handle, clutched between 2 claws, as it just kind of awkwardly makes its way across the restaurant and lays this fresh green tea in a ornate china mug just in front of you.
I'll just sort of like scowl like this at the creature, and just without taking my eyes off, I'll sip tea. Taste it. How does it taste? Is it good quality?
Yeah, I mean, who knew? Pseudo dragons make a nice cup of green tea.
It's
Put down.
canon. Amaris will jump on the table, and then sort of his eyes will go milky white, and then from his mouth, Galen's voice speaks to you. And
Red, hi. I was wondering if I could ask you a question.
Sure, shoot.
During our preparations for the final battle, you mentioned this amulet you had to take off for the part of the plan to work with Mir and scrying and all that, and you said that this thing protected you from someone finding you.
Yep. I'm wearing it again. Still got tracked down though.
Do you think in the brief time that you had it off, did they find you? Are you in danger?
None of the people I was worried about finding me. Just that Max fellow, the Cerulean Commission.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you a question about the item itself. The position I find myself in, and thank you, by the way, for showing care in the past as far as my patron is concerned and some of the warnings you tried to impart on me. The position I find myself in is, at the moment, is that I'm at a little bit more freedom. His attentions are concentrated elsewhere for the moment, and I kind of would like to try and keep it that way for a little bit, so I can think about what is happening and maybe make some decisions. And I just feel like this item could help me if I could procure a similar one. Maybe if you have some time, you could meet me at the spire, and I could commission a copy. But it would probably be much easier for them to do it if they seen your original.
Sure.
Without compromising your safety, of course.
Yeah. If I need to take it off, it can't be for long at all. It's kind of literally life and death.
I understand. I would not ask you to take any dangers. Perhaps they can just examine it on your neck. Even being next to it, casting some sort of detect magic. I'm sure they have their ways. And
it is useful. Where did you want to meet?
The Spire of the Silver Candles. You know Frederick's office?
Yeah, sure. I'll be there. How's everything with you? Where have you been this morning?
Oh, I went to see Castor. I had a debt to pay to him and trying to find out how he's doing. And he's he's concerned with a lot of things that's happening. Obviously, the defeating the armies is just one thing, and now there is even more work to do afterwards, as you can imagine, to put the peace back into the city. He's absolutely swamped. I'm going to try and help him a bit for the next few weeks or so.
Can I make an insight check on? He seems to have made an odd turn to suddenly being back to very generous, charitable, whereas he was going all dark and emo for the past few days, weeks.
Sure. I would like you to make an insight check.
Okay.
Whisper you.
Yeah, you can whisper me if you want.
Is a 12.
Yeah, hold on a second. It was GR, wasn't it?
GR? I don't know.
GR for GM roll? Pretty sure.
I never
You click
GM
on the
roll,
symbol
so.
and do the. You can do it in the symbols in Roll20. Go on the dice and then click the GM options and then D20.
Did that work? Do you guys see it?
It did, yeah.
And this is with you know what.
Red, you listen to Galen, and the change in his demeanor is clear. So I'm not going to tell you what to think. However, with that roll, you would really not be suspicious. This is probably in your mind just the old Galen. He is determined to help, very time conscious, a man of action. and he's not wasted any time in getting back to it.
Like, it's so weird talking to you through Amaris. No offense, Amaris. Kind of like pat him on the head.
It's just one of the things that was that I discovered just before the battle. It's quite useful. I think I can send him afar and send messages. I believe it will
Wait, so
help
you
us.
couldn't speak? You used to be able to see through him, okay, though, right? And you can only just recently start to speak.
That's right. Yeah, it's a new ability I discovered.
It's cool.
I think so. Yeah.
You're pretty cool,
Alright.
Amaris.
I
Amaris
wouldn't-
has
Not
like
you,
a little
Galen.
tiny T.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd appreciate the help. I obviously, it's. I'm not forcing you to anything. I wouldn't never want you to put yourself in danger for me.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Thank you.
So everyone's off doing their own thing, and let's say it's probably like 11 a.m. Galen's just made an appointment to meet Red at the Spire. Smoke is probably just finishing up on the edge of the city. And as you turn back, Smoke, to head into Silvercrest proper, you see somebody else who you shared the stage with, a lady of no words and a red complexion. But she sees you kind of looking towards Silvercrest, and she's like not sure whether you're looking at her, and she just waves.
Yeah, I'll wave back.
You see, she is looking for something specific. She's like going around like piles of rubble and like discarded stuff, and she doesn't seem to be having much luck.
I'll approach her and say, can I help you find what you seek?
And she gestures like 1 minute, and that's also a cue for the DM just to have a minute, because she is looking for something specific and I've lost it. So bear with me 1 second. Yeah, she produces what is like a grocery list, and there are various kind of strange items on it, but one particular thing is circled, and in common on the list it says soil touched by a nightmare.
And does this almost look like a list of components and stuff?
Yeah, correct.
This is quite a morose component to be looking for. How can you be certain you'll find it here?
She does like a impression to try and make herself really big, and she like covers her eyes almost to symbolize like a helmet, and then does like as if she was riding a horse, and then like flying it around, and then she points it at you directly.
One of my companions, one of the travelers with my group.
And she nods affirmatively.
Oh, I wasn't in the city at the time. He was with the rest of us. I'm not sure I'd know where to begin to find where he was.
And she's like, looks at you like she doesn't either. She also shows you other things on the list as if to say, like, can you help me? Another ingredient would be fresh water from the Feywild. Foxglove, certain type of flower, and troll blood.
Do you mind if I note these down?
He like flicks a hand and produces a quill and hands it to you.
Yeah, I'll write them down for a list of my own. May I ask what do you need all of these for?
And she does like a Z symbol.
Well, let me take away a list and see if I come across any of this. I'll be in touch with you. You're Lone Spell's assistant, are you not?
And she nods.
Where is Lone Spell at the moment? Where does he stay?
And she gives you number 3, and then little bird.
Symbol. Three birds. Thank you. And may I ask, how has his disposition been recently? Does he seem well, sound of mind?
And she kind of gives you like a, in a kind of humorous kind of like, he's a bit mad, but he's also very upset.
Yeah, I'll just nod knowingly and thank her for her time and carry on.
Mm-hmm. She just keeps looking around, picking up like weeds, checking if they're foxgloves, and then throwing them over her shoulder and digging up soil and sniffing it and moving on.
Yeah, I'll when I get hold of some other members of the party, I'll maybe let them know and see if we can muster up any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Would the party have arranged to meet again somewhere? Did you say last session you were going to meet at the castle at some point? I can't remember.
It makes sense.
I think we did, yeah.
Yeah, probably at the evening though. Scalen's
Mhm.
still got a few things he needs
Yeah,
to
and
do.
Jacob's at work all day.
Yeah, he's. But yeah, evening time.
Look, the best
castle.
way to find out the gossip about what's going on is at the docks, always.
Yeah, let's do an investigation check, Jacob.
Investigation.
Yeah. The gossip and rumor amongst the dockhands and fishermen is that is indeed an Ainelian vessel, and as it gets closer throughout the day, those rumors are confirmed to be true. You hear that in the evacuation of the Zentarim, well, no, you hear that it wasn't orchestrated by Angmar Darkdraft, who is the local Zent leader that everyone on the docks knows about because she had dominion over the docks. So everyone's kind of like, oh, well, why did Angmar leave? Like, wouldn't have expected, these mercenary groups to hightail it out of here when there's money to be made. And you find out that the evacuation seemed to have come from on high. The Zentarim is a fragmented collection of organized mercenaries that all have like different sub-factions, but there is a loose hierarchy. And the rumor with that role is that the order to abandon Silvercrest and travel to Ainelian was given by someone called Manchun.
Lamsheen.
Manchun. I put it in the chat.
Mancheen. Cool. Thank you.
Manchun, nobody on the Silvercrest docks has ever heard of. Various different pronunciations of his name cross your ears throughout the day. But some curiosity about why anyone would want to go to Inelian when it's just full of Ponzi elves. Really does, there's just lots of speculation and sly racism about the conversations you hear on the docks.
Jacob's used to hearing this sort of racism, usually directed at him.
Yeah, they don't know. It's more it's a specific Inelianites, but you as a half elf, you notice a couple of other half elves throughout the day. Just make an athletics check for me, Jacob.
Athletics.
Yeah, you're not you're not accustomed to dock work. Strong though you are trying to keep up with experienced dock hands who have forged a lifetime carrying crates that weigh 3 times as much as you do. But you earn a 10 gold piece tip.
Nice. Cool.
They also tell you exactly which dock Inelian is due to. The ship from Inelian is due to dock at, and that it will be arriving at approximately 8 p.m.
Okay. So when I finish working, I'd go up to the castle to tell the guys and get them down to the dock because there's a probable chance that Tisha might be on board this ship.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll get there. You've got
Yeah,
the rest of your
so-
day to finish.
Yeah, that's what Jacob's going to do. So yeah.
Halvard.
Quiet now.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Halvard, you had your morning with Harrigan Venter. You made the suggestion about the armor. What would Halvard do with his day? You're muted though, dude.
Unmute. Hello.
Hello.
I would go looking for CGS.
Okay. I think the person most widely available would probably be Smoke, who's been kind of covering more ground than anybody else, I would say. So we can say that you guys bump into each other on one of the main roads leading in as Smoke kind of finishes up.
Halvard, good day.
Oh, aye. Wee tabaxi fella. Been looking all over. I've got a bit of a strange request.
How so?
I think John's breaking up for me.
Oh, is
Your
it?
sensitivity was turned right down because of the background noise, but that means sometimes it doesn't quite kick in as quickly.
I only heard so.
Yeah.
What did you say?
So.
How so?
Yep.
Well, do you have one of them pin badges with the Stag Company logo on? Do you still use that logo?
Sometimes. Depends who we're meeting with.
Well, I just wanted to borrow it for a few hours, or maybe make some kind of wax imprint of it for a friend of mine. It's a bit of a surprise. I know you don't really have much reason to trust me, but honestly, my intentions are nothing but truthful and good.
I'll be honest with you, Halvard, it sounds extremely fraudulent the way you're suggesting it to me, but perhaps you can borrow my service as well if there's someone you need to meet with, some permission.
No, I don't need it to get into anywhere. I want to get it cast upon some armor. in memory of your fallen comrade.
Ah, see, Karnak's crest. Who, may I ask, is your friend that will help you cast this armor?
Oh, Venter over from Harrigan Venters. Over in Hearthcast.
Perhaps I can come with you. I liked Hearthcast.
Sure.
So you going back to Harrigan Venters?
Yeah.
Okay. You go in. There's a bit more at this time of day activity with people bringing kind of scrap metal to be kind of melted down and reforged. Venter isn't there now, but Herug is. He has got. He's a stout dwarf with big cheeks, receding hairline, and a massive white beard. And he's got like soot basically everywhere, fingers, under his over his kind of red nose, and he's just he walks out of the shop with just like a crate of like iron bars.
I think because Halvard's quite familiar with me, be like, "Oh, Herog, you old scallywag," and I'd just go up to like and hug him, even though he's got all these iron bars in his hand.
Oh, Halvard, watch you! I'm supposed to be doing some work here. Oh, goodness. Venter told me you only left about an hour ago.
Aye. She wanted me to fetch something for her. Here, this is Smoke.
Oh, aye, we've met before.
Look.
Smoking Mirror. How you doing?
Okay.
Good to see you.
I haven't met her before. Only last night last day morning in the hall. See, this is nothing dodgy going on.
Sorry, is this to do with the armor? It's not ready yet.
Aye. No, the big lad that left it. I was gonna get Venter to finish off.
Oh, aye, some
something.
engraving, of course.
Aye, and so she sent me off to find one of them white stag pins, and Smoke just wanted to make sure I was above the level.
Oh, aye,
on the
like I
level.
mean, like we wouldn't copy any like namby-pamby elf signatories or paraphernalia. No, trading on the black market is absolutely something we definitely don't do.
I don't really get you far in dwarven culture, especially that kind of anything to do with the pointy ears.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a establishment of repute.
I don't believe either of you for a second, but here, and I'll undo the pin and I'll hand it over gladly. And I'll put my hand on Halvard's shoulder and say, "Thank you. This is more than anyone in Silvercrest has done to honor the memory of my friend. I appreciate this."
Well, we have some grander plans as well, but baby steps. You know, there's lots to do around here. What are your plans for the rest of the day?
I don't know. It's nice not to have a pressing mission.
Do you mind if I tag along? I'll go get Muggins and the keg, and we'll just
Of course.
hang about for a bit.
We could use a drink tonight. All of us could. Let's go and meet with the
Oh,
others.
It's not just for drinking. It's a bit of a security blanket as well, having them around. But yeah, sounds good. Sounds grand.
Herug takes the white stag pin and dons a monocle that like a jeweler might use to examine the authenticity of a. Oh, aye. That's fancy crafting that really could only be done by the weak, childish hands of an elven artificer. But it's made of mithril, don't you know? Very valuable indeed. I could certainly replicate this design, but you'll have to leave it with me.
Of course.
Just make sure Venter gets that design on that breastplate, and don't you go recasting it in silver. I'll bite it and tell the difference.
I have no idea what you mean to imply, Halvard. You goody two shoes.
Aye.
And then he like wanders off.
These
to
are-
himself. Okay, so Smoke and Halvard free to hang about, make their way to the castle later on. Mia, you Dandry just pulls you to one side and puts a 500 gold piece diamond into your hands out of the sight of any onlookers.
Primo.
Caduccio is glad that you could come to an arrangement today.
Me too. Is there anything else that's tied to this diamond? I just owe you the gold.
Pardon?
I owe you the gold for the diamond.
Oh no. Please. Caduccio wouldn't is lending it to you, and if you bring the gold when the time is right, we know you're good for it. There's no pressure in that regard.
Okay.
And she
think
kind
I
of looks a
understand.
bit embarrassed. Just looks down. Even though she's the manageress of the Aquavista, conducting these kinds of business deals and on good faith between business partners, just seems to stir some memories in her, and she looks a little bit uncomfortable.
Are you okay?
Thank you for asking. Just comes a time that these kinds of transactions didn't involve gold and diamonds, but people.
Oh.
That was ancient history. There's somebody who wanted to say goodbye and to thank you.
Okay. I'm pleased that you're not doing that anymore.
Oh, it wasn't me conducting the transactions.
No, but taking part in them.
I'm very glad not to have been transacted myself.
Who wants to meet me? Sorry, who wants to say bye?
Girl. And Rosaria comes back round the corner.
Oh.
She's been tending to the steam room and the baths. I'm glad you enjoyed your night's stay.
It was great. Though I drank something and I said too much last night, but I suppose we were celebrating.
Oh, they do keep some fancy imported bottles behind the bar.
Yeah.
Did one of your friends drink poison?
I think so. I think so.
Caduccio uses that as a topper in some resplendent foreign drink, but it wasn't meant to be left behind the bar, I'm afraid. I do apologise. I
Oh, it
had to
wasn't your
speak
fault.
to Milana afterwards and try and smooth things over.
Oh, I haven't seen him, but I'm sure he's fine.
Yes, I hope he's feeling okay. And obviously, if you're more than welcome back any time, and I wouldn't want your friend to feel awkward about returning to Aquavista.
Oh, I'm sure he won't think anything of it.
Very well. Well, it's excellent to see you again.
You too. Look after yourself.
And she gives you a nod, and they both kind of just show you to the door.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
At this point, Red, you would see Mir after leaving.
Everything okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I need to find out where Sam is.
Yeah, good. Where did we leave Sam?
Well, we told him to basically stop what they were doing and head back this way.
Right.
And I think Galen was using his powers to bring the tower back this way slowly, I think. So I think Sam and the rest of them are with the tower. And I think they have Orkek's body.
Oh.
So we're gonna maybe try and do something about it, maybe.
How long's it
Um,
been?
You know that the tower was due back at around dawn.
Oh, okay. And we've not heard anything or seen anything.
Nope.
Would that be delayed
We're
at
on the
all?
wrong.
Sorry, Cassie, just want to ask if that would have been delayed by me sleeping or not.
You're not sure?
Oh, okay.
City, I guess. Are you doing anything? Do you want to come with me to see if there's any sign?
Sure, yeah. Since we're so good at wizard shit,
Yeah.
let's go and find out.
Yeah. Okay.
I we're gonna have a wander around before we meet Galen. He wants to meet me before we go back at the spire, and talk about my amulet, the protection it has from divinations and stuff. But he seems kind of back to normal recently. Have you spoken with him this past couple of days much?
I haven't seen him today. I saw him last night. Uh, it was kind of weird on stage yesterday.
Yeah.
Kind of intense. I don't really like who he is at the minute. He scares me.
There's something that thing inside of him's got a hold on his soul, but it's sometimes hard to tell how much he's fighting back or escaping from it, coming back to normal.
You get your magic in the same way, right?
I don't know if it's the same way as Galen. My magics are given to me by another being, kind of like a deity. But that thing in Galen is abyssal, chaotic, out of control, hungering. I don't know if he has a kind of contract or deal, kind of like I do.
Do you ever feel like your deity has changed who you are?
Yeah, definitely. But Mendrion is he's a solar. He's a good being from Mount Celestia. So if he can have an influence over me, which he definitely has shaped the course of my life and given me a new lease on it, then I dread to think what that thing's turning Galen's life into.
I don't know how we disconnect him from it.
Me neither. I had much time to think recently, but with little time, I haven't been able to come up with much.
Does he want your amulet? I don't think you should give it to him.
No, I told him that I can't really take it off for long, if at all. I'll probably get to why that is, but he just says that maybe they can copy it, they can study and identify it, and maybe another one can be made for him. But maybe it seems like that's something that could protect him from the creature, Maybe that's why he wants it.
Maybe. That seems like the most hopeful reason.
It's about as optimistic as I can get.
Yeah. Do you want me to come with you to the spire?
Yeah, please. Do you have any kind of spells that help with stopping people tracking you down, divination and stuff like that?
Oh, I don't know if I'll have anything like that today. She doesn't sing it. I have something. What is it? I have a spell called Arcanist's Magic Aura, but I don't think that's the same. I've never used it.
You can put it up in the chat and we can interpret what it does if
I
you're
don't
not
even
sure.
know what that one
Help
is.
me. It's one that I always have prepared, and I always sit and read it, and I'm like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that would that'd probably work.
What do you mean to do?
Well, it's just that I've probably got quite a few different people looking for me, and not for any reason that's going to help me out. So if I do have to take this thing off, like I did for a short while when I followed that Dragonborn, maybe you can help. If anyone is using magic to track me down, make it seem like I'm over in Crystal Spear or somewhere else.
Okay. Would that spell do that?
You can change the way you appear to a scrying spell. So it says you can make a non-magical object appear magical, a magical object appear non-magical, or change the object's magical aura so it appears to belong to a specific school of magic. When you use this effect on an object, you can make the false magic apparent to any creature that handles the item. Or you can change the way the target appears to spells or magical effect to detect creature types. So you can change, if someone was scrying on the target of the spell, you could make them change from like good to evil, or celestial to infernal, or something like that. So you could interfere with a scry or something like that, but it wouldn't necessarily.
It's not so powerful it will stop it.
No, but it's like a countermeasure, if you will.
Just for that, I'm thinking mechanically, if there's a short window where I have to remove the amulet, and then I might need to reattune to it, that maybe an hour of, or it lasts 24 hours actually. So yeah, maybe it would just give me a little bit extra like evasion if anyone is trying to track me down at that specific time.
That's it. It's a reasonable thing to assume with that spell, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If you can help me out, I don't know if we'll even need to take this thing off, but yeah.
Of course I can.
I wanna trust him. I wanna trust the real Galen in there.
Yeah, me too. I don't want to kill him anyway.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Shall we reconvene at the spire before the castle? So
right, yeah.
Yeah. So Red, Mir, and Galen meet Mimmin, Shanzelvuk, and Frederick at the spire. They all look a bit bleary-eyed and not very productive.
Well, last night was festive for you, wasn't it?
Sorry, what? Oh, hey, you guys celebrated how you want to celebrate. We celebrated how we want to celebrate. It's just,
I was always fascinated by one thing, like magic can do all these amazing things. Why isn't there a spell to remove hangover?
Do you know, Mimmin, get to work on that. That'll be our greatest achievement.
Before you we could, if you make it and you sell it, you know what I mean? I want 5% of all your future sales. This idea came from here.
You got it.
Thank you.
Um,
You could call it. You could use my name for marketing. You know, what I mean, that's fine, no problem. But before you start on that, nice to see you, Red. Oh, hi, Mir. It's great to see you here as well.
Yo.
See you too, Galen. You seem different.
I just feel rested, honestly. And I'm much more like myself. And I was telling Red before, I just really feel like giving myself a little bit of extra protection, maybe, to just sort of figure this thing out. I don't even know where to start on this. I know, but the one thing I really want, and I don't want to waste a lot of your time here, is to figure out if you guys can make me an item like this one on Red's neck.
make you an item. I mean, we're good at scrolls and stuff.
Enchanting items is not one of the services you provide?
I mean, we can try it. Sometimes the people over in Halfcast are better at that, but resources are so scarce. Let me take a look at it.
It's going to be a bit tricky. She can't really take it off.
Well, I can't very well replicate it while you're wearing it.
If I, for the purposes, again, just mechanically, if I'm attuned to the necklace, if I just remove it from me, does it stop working, but I'm still attuned to it so I can put it back on?
You can take it off, show it to them, and not deattune. Deattuning would take up to an hour.
Oh, that's like an effort. Yeah.
Yeah, you could, like, if you left it with them for an hour, it would then become deattuned, or you went too far away from it.
Got it, yeah. So I can at least just remove it for a moment.
Only if you're sure. Like I said, I don't want to put you in danger, Red.
Yeah, Mia? If you could.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll cast Arcanist.
Aura me.
Aura.
Aura me now. Give me all the aura.
So currently, Red's magical aura, as per like divination, gives off this radiant aura of good. How do you wish to change or mask that aura?
Can I just kind of neutralize it?
Yeah.
So instead of giving off any sort of evil aura,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you as you begin to cast the spell, you hold your holy symbol, and your eyes go pink. And as your eyes go pink, you can see this kind of like angelic glow that is over Red's person. And you reach out and touch her, and that glow just switches off.
Okay. I think it's done.
Take the.
Feel weird?
I always feel a bit weird. I'll take it off and then I'll hand it over. How long does it take you to identify it?
Oh, he flicks his fingers. About that long.
Alright, good.
Why would you want to replicate this?
I would just like to have permanent protection against being found magically, located or contacted magically.
Are you worried about being pursued by someone in particular? We could scry on them.
No, that's perfectly okay. Thank you. I would just like to commission creation of this item. If it takes a bit longer, I don't imagine you'll just do it for tomorrow. If it takes a bit longer, that's fine as well. And I've got something for trade.
Trade.
Yeah. I'm a little
Um,
bit short on funds, but I've got this really, really cool magical object that's going to bring you a lot of money.
okay. What is it?
I'll present my ring of warmth and give it to him, and just say,
You know that winter is coming. You can probably sell it in a month or two for a price that will cover this item and then a really nice profit.
I'm just comparing the value of both of the items. Are they both uncommon,
I think they're exactly the same. Yeah. John, what's yours? Is it uncommon?
or is it rare?
Pretty sure it's uncommon. I've got one rare item. Let me check which one it is. The amulet of proof against detection and location. It's uncommon.
Okay.
Yeah, the sort of same level.
Well, the trade would certainly be something we're open to, but it's not just a question of that. It's also a question of availability. I'd have to find a precious metal to enchant to create this copy of this item. Doesn't come without difficulty. So for that, Galen, I'm going to make you make a persuasion check.
I will. Do I whisper it or
No.
no, just persuasion? Oh shit!
Listen, we've got so many priorities, and to be honest, Shamselvuk's just writing healing spell after healing spell at the moment. We've also got lots of fabrication to do.
No, I get it. If it takes a few weeks, I'm okay with it.
A few weeks, we can definitely, if we keep hold of it, put it on the agenda.
What do you mean keep hold of it? The original.
Well, yeah, I can't be sure to predict my availability to replicate it. So if you leave it with me, I'll just be
We
able to
can't-
deal with it.
We can't do that. Yeah, I thought identifying and knowing the spell. It's pretty low spell. Like it's pretty common. It's just a case of.
But exactly how to enchant it onto an item, I need the item, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Sorry,
I
Galen.
thought you said you had lots of time. I mean,
Well,
you're safe in Silvercrest.
yeah, but well, that's just not possible.
Well, sorry to disappoint you.
Yeah, this is a great disappointment, and to the hero of Silvercrest, nonetheless.
And they're kind of
Yeah,
taken aback by
yeah, I know.
Galen's sudden turn.
Alan, maybe you can't speak to people that way.
What do you mean? Just ask them a favor, and
No, you're being rude.
Sure, if that's what you feel. Can you? Do you have that spell as a scroll? That's something that's possible, right? I could grab maybe a few scrolls of this in the instead of permanent item. If you have that spell, and I could have a few scrolls, I could exchange them for the ring. Is that something that we could do?
How many scrolls?
Well, I don't know. How many you've got?
Well, I could have them. I could have some written out in the day, but be a similar cost. I could maybe do 3 scrolls for the Ring of Warmth by the end of the day.
That sounds like the best thing that is possible right now. So, sure.
Sure. Mimon, just pop that to the top of your priorities, please. Galen's quite insistent. Anyway, and they all kind of awkwardly look at each other. We've got lots of things to do. Please drop back anytime.
Will do.
May
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, like you said, anything for the heroes of Silvercrest.
No. That's not how we think of ourselves. Come on, Galen. She'll give him like a little kick.
He's
Yeah.
left already. He's left by the time that he said, deal, and then he just left.
Does Red get her amulet back?
Yeah.
So rude.
Apologize profusely.
No, listen, it's
Suppose-
fine. Everybody's been under a lot of stress. We honestly do what we can to help. I just wish we weren't so overloaded and understaffed.
Honestly, if you were to give him 3 spell scrolls with some like druid craft cantrip on them, that would be a fun idea.
Make a persuasion check.
Red's just laughing at the idea of it.
Well, it was higher than Galen's. She's like, I really don't want him to come back here angry. We'll do our best. Anything else we can do for you?
Not me. Good.
Unless you've got. We need to go and see Ruby. Ruby, right? Ruby Rosie
Roll Murray.
Murray, the one with the gems and stuff.
We do?
I think I can maybe swindle a diamond out of her.
Yes.
Well, no, swindle. I gave her the ruby. You remember when I took the ruby and I gave it to the Dragonborn and convinced them that it was magical and stuff, and then I ended up teleporting all the way back from over there to under some dwarf's house, and Ruby was there, and yeah, they've got a teleportation circle, by the way, like under the cellar. And it's all like hush hush with the Cerulean Commission, like they kind of know about it, and it's all anyway. I gave her the ruby as a gift, so now maybe I can go and get a diamond from her from a similar cost.
I mean, you could. I have no real urgency for a diamond right now, if you know what I mean. But they're always helpful.
Let's go. Let's try.
Okay, as you walk up towards Halfcast, Galen, you headed back to the castle? No, where are you going?
I'm going to see Dr. Lonespell.
Okay. So you peel left, Dr. Lonespell's and the 3 doors would be very close. As Mir and Red go north, they would see Smoke and Halvard coming towards them. We'll do
Hi,
that
Smoke.
first, 'cause that's what most
Hello, Red.
This never gets old.
Wait, where are you going? What are you doing?
Where are we going? I think we're just looking for you. We're just hanging around town, as you do.
We're all going to meet up at the castle later.
Oh, we're gonna go and see Ruby Rolmurray. Right.
Is Ruby definitely a dwarf?
Yeah.
She is. I never pictured her as a dwarf in my mind.
She's just very posh. You just need to work on your stereotype.
I know. Like, am I do you have to go see Ruby?
Well,
What?
why not?
She just always chasing me around.
Do you have history?
Well, yeah, she got me to make this machine to help her cut bloody gems, So I made this gem cutting machine, and she's just kind of had it. Just taken a bit of a shine towards me ever since. I don't know. It might be nothing. It might just be me being awkward. I might just be avoiding her because I don't like doing work.
Well, no. You boys go on and you go and get your drinks, and we'll meet you at the castle later, right?
No, it's all right. I brought me drinks. We'll come along. We'll tag along. It'll be fun.
Okay.
Okay. We'll do that first because it involves more people, and then we'll come back to learn spell. So you work your way back up through Halfcast. There's more coaches on the roads now. You could get a taxi to save you the walking up and down.
Yeah.
That costs you a few bits.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
literally like 3 copper pieces. It's fine.
Okay.
And you get dropped off outside the Ruby Resolve after 40-minute drive. The coachmaster is a dwarf. Probably made some small talk with Halvard on the way up. And as you disembark, you see last time anyone who went to the Ruby Resolve saw it was like being boarded up, and now those boards are kind of coming off. And there's a few like displays of like cheaper jewelry and replica jewelry on the outside. And obviously, when you go inside, it's got gilded cabinets and much more fancy merchandise. Who's going in first?
I'll burst in first and be like, Ruby!
Oh, redemption! I'm so glad to see you, and so soon. What's it been? Oh. Halvard.
Oh, Ruby.
What are you doing here?
I'm just with these folks. Just,
Another excuse to come and leer around my shop front.
Oh, why would I be leering around your shop front? You've got nothing to
I've
offer
seen
that
you,
I want.
Halvard, on your lunch break from the forge, testing out your little turret up and down the street. I can see you looking. It's most distasteful. If you require the audience of a lady, you have merely but to request it.
He'd like that, wouldn't you? Under his breath, he would be like, oh, well, I'm just a bit busy. My lady. Busy doing things.
Well, the adults have some discussion to get to, don't we, Red?
Yes, exactly. Trying to piece together like going on with these two.
And Mia, so nice to see you also. It's been a long time.
You too. Looking very well in here.
Well, do my best. To be honest, restocking has been quite difficult, even since before the siege. The mine never got reopened, and so we're really, really struggling. If only some dwarves would get to work and reopen the mine. Do you think he heard that?
You said it quite loud.
Yeah. What went on between you two?
I prefer not to talk about it, dear. Ancient history, even between dwarves. Anyway, what can I do for you?
Well, I was hoping to hear that business is picking up. Such a fantastic artisan such as yourself. Well, after everything that we've been through, and that CGS, my Tabaxi friend over there, has done to protect Silvercrest, I hope that your business will see its rebirth and flourish in the future.
Oh, I'm quite sure it will, dear.
But of course, it's been so difficult and so many losses on the side of the forces of good. We're in ever so pressing need of a diamond to assist in clerical spells and such like, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Not for one turn without another. Of course, you'll remember I gifted you that lovely ruby.
Indeed, and I'm afraid I gave your gnome friend my last diamond not a few days ago.
Galen! Fuck!
Now he dies. That's it. That's it.
I just drop the axe and be like, was that your last one? Your last one. You don't have 500 gold worth more of diamond left for me? So much nicer than Galen.
Redemption, if I had a diamond to sell you, I would sell it at my cheapest rate. You know how well thought of your business is around the Ruby Resolve, but dear, without that mine reopening, I'm afraid I'm going to have to resort to tinkering with beer barrels.
Don't knock it.
I just turn around and whip a glare at Halvard and be like, fire starts to glare in the eyes, and I'd be like, open the mines!
I am loving this so much. It's amazing.
Listen, until the dwarves get some assistance to reopen the mines, there'd be a whole wealth of mirror-like crystals, diamonds, rubies, and my business would be set for another generation, my children even. But I'm afraid jewels and fineries aren't really anyone's top priority, unfortunately, the day after a siege has ended.
Oh, if only they knew. They certainly should be.
I know.
Well,
speaking of which, I seem to have so much more free time. And if, you resplendent ladies have, any time to fritter away with an old doll like me, then you have only to swing by and let me know. I do admire both of your styles.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you soon, dear.
And if you won't have one now, but if you ever come across a bowl encrusted with gems, or if you ever happen to make one, let me know.
An encrusted bowl with gems?
Mm.
Are you planning breakfast with a monarch of some kind?
You could call it that.
Mm. Well, sounds like a brilliant idea. But as soon as I come across enough gems to work into kitchenware, then I'll bear it in mind.
Or a goblet or something like it.
Oh, now you're speaking my language. For wine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anything I could interest you in maybe some opals or some garnets? Anything?
Not today. We have a lot to catch up to, but we appreciate you. Come on, let's go and kill Galen.
Yeah.
Oh, he's quite one of my valued customers.
We'll take his money and we'll come and spend it with you.
Oh, that's quite all right. So yeah, you finish up. Are you guys heading back to the castle?
Yeah.
I think Halvard would be like, "Take care, Ruby," as he goes out, but then say some kind of dwarvish insult. Probably call her a repugnant, addle-patted stench cow.
Nice.
Yes, the table.
And then as soon as
she shouts, "Yeah, too right, you milk-drinking, pointy-eared elf kisser."
And then as soon as he gets outside, he'd look for like any soot-stained, scruffy-looking, out-of-work dwarven miners. Like, I imagine they'd all be like lined up in the streets somewhere. Like
the Ironbeard Inn, which is very close to the Ruby Resolve, is positively overflowing with unskilled labourers who have just been doing their best to collect the rubble from the streets and patch up the walls. There seems to be a lot of work to do inside Silvercrest currently, but it's getting towards lunchtime and they're all on the piss.
All right, I would walk over to the Ironbird Inn, kick the door in, walk in and go, "Right then, yeah, lazy layabout gibbering, toe-biting tunnel worms. Which one of you are the miners? Did you not hear yesterday was Freedom Day? Get out there and get that mine back open. Let's get trade flowing again in Silvercrest.
Make a performance check with that inspiring speech.
19.
Hey! They all go, way! Yeah! And they all like look around at each other like, well, I'm not going. And you see someone shout from the back like, it's fucking dangerous! It's been dangerous since before the fucking siege.
Sounds like you need a bunch of adventurers to go clear it out for you. Yeah. Wait for it. Slothful, lice-ridden rock runts.
And they're all like, way! It's all right, we do. I mean, we needed that since, 30 days ago, but hey-ho.
Is this the Mirrorline mine we never investigated?
There are fucking no more jewels in Silvercrest. Yeah. But yeah, it may be that unless CGS wants to go and deal with it themselves, which might be an option. If we don't want to take the downtime just yet, it would at least take a strong contingent of KMF soldiers to go and do. You get the impression of.
Cool.
They'll go
Note
back to
this up.
drinking.
Mine needs heroes or KMF.
While you guys are finishing up in Halfcast, Galen presumably goes to the Three Doves.
That's right.
You see Dr. Lonespell seemingly now not inundated with people dying in his arms. He seems to be turning his attention towards this curious mirror blight condition, or so it's been dubbed. And so you see him just like investigating like strange rashes of people in their scalp, on their face. It doesn't seem to be producing anything fatal at the minute, but it is lots of patients reporting of discomfort. There are a few people who have recently died or are in a bad way, but not as bad as it was at the height of the siege. But yeah, he's got his back to you at the far end of the Three Doves like ward area as you walk in, and Liberation is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I'll approach and just
Oh, hi, doctor.
Ah, Galen. It's high time you were due for a visit. How are you?
I am well. I can see you're busy. What? All these people seem to be sharing a similar condition.
Yes, and he says, try to drink plenty of fluids and remain still. I'm not concluded my diagnosis. And you're like, now, to you. And he bends down to you and he grasps your cheeks and he looks into your eyes. You seemed yesterday to be suffering from an extreme dilation of the pupils. It's no longer the case. And he looks like, turns your head to the side, looks in your ear, takes in your other ear.
Yeah, no, I'm quite fine. I would really love a chat and maybe a drink.
Well, to be honest, Libby's due back any moment and she can see to the majority of these outpatients. And as you say that, the little bell rings and she does indeed come back with a few boxes under her arm. Ah, how fortuitous. Your timing couldn't be better, young gnome.
Great. Do you want to go somewhere or?
Well, this used to be a tavern after all. We could always head downstairs into the wine cellar if you needed somewhere more private to talk.
Yeah, I mean, Wine cellar sounds good. There's wine there, I suppose.
Nothing gets past you, does it, Colin? And he takes his takes his gloves off, and then hands them to Libby, seemingly for some kind of cleaning. And he signs to her. You're not sure exactly what he says, but he then gestures with his eyes over to the bar that's opened, and there's a kind of trapdoor.
Yeah,
going down.
we've been there before.
Yeah.
So yeah, I go straight down there.
You go down. It is pitch dark.
Well, I can see fine, but I'm not
Mhm.
sure what he's gonna do about it.
As Lone Spell comes down, he waves his hand, and 4 candles on either side of the room just light up.
Nice.
They've got kind of like an ominous green flame.
Oh, cool. I dig that.
So, it's been absolutely crazy few days for us, and well, we've managed to stave off the invasion with some, help from you, as you promised. So, I'm here to talk about stuff and about the promise and about, just generally, it's been tense between us before, and I just feel like, I'm just gonna try and fix that, and because you're obviously a powerful magic user yourself, and I feel like we've got so much in common that we could talk about stuff. And for example, the book that you're interested in, I don't know if you knew, but it's just one of a set.
You're talking about the codices, aren't you, Galen?
I am, yeah, and I'm not surprised that you know what I'm talking about at all. This one, for example, you've seen the tower outside the walls, right? I called it up using this.
And Galen will take out the Codex Automata. And
Lone Spell's eyes light up.
yeah. And Galen will. Sorry, you were saying.
Indeed, most wizards and students of the arcane on the Isles have heard of the different codices. Many people say that there are 7, but some alternative points of view might have you believe that there are as many as 13 that exist on Toril. The reason that I pursued the Codex Mortis with such vigor is because it would allow a student of its pages to see beyond the realms of life and death. And I understand, given our previous interactions prior to meeting again in Silvercrest, your initial hesitation. But I'm glad that having procured another codex, you can see just how much of a boon studying them can be.
Yeah.
And I hope that will make you more ready to consider sharing that knowledge.
Yeah, I think so.
And Galen will just sort of open up the Codex Automata, and he will just talk about it for a little bit, so we don't have to make it
They'll
too
have
long.
wizard chat about
It's just
the
a lot
nature
of
the
wizard chat,
universe.
and he's just trying to, show his fascination with this. And one of the things that he says is like,
And look, aside from all the other things that it can do, there's spells I can cast directly with the power of the book. I don't even have to expend internal power to cast them. Like this one, for example.
And then Galen will cast Dispel Magic from the book using 5 charges. So a 5th level Dispel Magic, he will dispel in the air. If there's any sensors or anything like that around, it will dispel them. That's
all of the lights in the room go out.
Oh, I do apologize for that. I got really excited to show you. I'm sorry. You can bring it back up if you want.
With that, you just see a single green flame, light on the end of the finger of Dr. Lonespell, and he dips the finger into a pipe, which illuminates his face. I'm
Yeah,
quite at home in the dark.
that's really, really good. Listen, I was just sorry for blabbering on about this. You can see I'm really fascinated with things like that. I'm sure you are too. You indulged me long enough. I'm just curious, what could be your plans after you get the book?
As I explained last time, Galen, I've not a day or night has gone by when I have not thought about using the book to bring Tara back. And anything after that moment is a secondary consideration.
Really? So you've not thought about what if that works? What would happen then? You take her back home. You live with her. You just have a normal life after all this. Is that what you want?
Perhaps it is the naivety of fatherhood for me to think that if I am able to bring Tara back from beyond the realms of death, that she'll embrace me with open arms. Things might be difficult, but I'm willing to give them a try, if indeed I do have the luxury of trying.
Yeah, I mean, the powers you already possess, the powers that you had to get the unfortunate incident with the All Blacks, and the powers contained in the book, they're obviously going to make you a powerful, even more powerful magic user, and as such, you're always going to be at the danger of somebody wanting to come after you, and and do you think you can protect her?
Yours and Jacob's warnings when I last requested the book from you about it having a permanent effect on you, on the reader, made me worry that maybe if I was able to bring her back, I wouldn't be the same person.
I mean, who knows?
Maybe I'm currently taking steps to ensure that if I'm able to bring Tara back and something happens to me, then she won't have to suffer the indignation of watching her father fall from grace.
I mean, there's loads of people in Melun who would be more than willing to take care of her. Like the people that love her, and but maybe maybe she'd just be better off, no matter what.
You're trying to persuade Dr. Lonespell to give up his daughter if he's able to resurrect her?
To consider the fact that he was the reason that she died in the first place, and or he definitely he wasn't there for her when she died, and that was because he was obsessed with resurrecting his wife. So maybe she's just going to be better off. Maybe it's just a consideration that him being a powerful wizard afterwards, maybe his destiny will take him somewhere else, and
Make a persuasion check. As much as I enjoy discussing hypotheticals in the dark, Galen, I think I will be able to open my eyes to a different course of action once I've fulfilled my true goal. And that is bringing Tara back. If
Yeah.
she doesn't want to see me, and she would rather be elsewhere, then I'm prepared for that, but at least she'll be alive.
I couldn't, I couldn't say it better. And I want this for you as well. And not only this, I wish that that sort of thing would never happen to anyone. Not only you. This thing, Baron. He obviously, it's probably something you don't like to talk about, but people like him or things like him exist in this world. They exist, and they plot and they scheme, and they are creating Taras and this tragedy every day, everywhere. If only there was, somebody with power to stop that from happening.
It's the very reason I came to Silvercrest, to make some effort to atone for my sins and make sure there are far fewer Taras following this unsightly siege. Now that it's over, we can turn our eyes towards the betterment of everybody.
And as much as obviously your medical skills are very much appreciated, there's a whole new level of evil out there that with just a little bit of power, we could maybe change. Oh, speaking of which, the ceremony, you there was something about your speech that made me wonder if you had
Now I can't remember if I'm going to metagame. Did this come to everybody?
Only
or
Mir noticed.
that was only Mir? Yeah. Okay. So
Mhm.
I'll just ignore that one.
Yeah.
As I started speaking and then but again, yeah. So just gonna say
yeah, I mean I fully understand where you're coming from, and yeah, I'm absolutely willing to let you have this try because you need this, and Tara needs to be brought back, and hopefully she can live a peaceful life, whether it's with you or somewhere else. It's she deserves this, and she was innocent in all this, and I'm
You're reaching for a level of politeness that is not required. If you are to furnish me with the codex you have in your possession, after I've demonstrated my patience and willingness to do good, then I will be forever in your debt, regardless of any aforementioned promises. You can count on me as a friend.
Thank you. That means a lot. I'm just worried that others in the group might think it's a bit reckless to do this without any.
I've taken steps to try and allay the fears that specifically Jacob had, perhaps owing to his previous connection with Tara.
Yeah.
If I'm be honest with you, I have been dealing with quite a few patients of different ailments over the various attacks that Silvercrest suffered over the past 10 days. You remember I mentioned a purple worm attack?
that's right.
Well, purple worm anatomy gives rise to one of the most powerful toxins I've ever witnessed. And if I were able to combine that with a few specific components, I may be able to make a poison that would be a painless way to die should the reading the book cause me or whoever reads it to truly become evil.
I
I
certainly
was
hope that.
hoping to entrust it with Jacob, and if things go wrong, I know he wouldn't worry about pulling the trigger, so to speak.
I'm sure he would. I mean, I'm very happy to help you if you want it myself. I mean, I feel like they're just going to. What if there's things in there that you're gonna need to do that will just take you a little bit over what the others would just find comfortable. And I just really feel like you
Are
need to
you
do
offering
what you
to
need to
oversee
do.
the ritual personally, Galen?
Listen, I am. I know I said things last time we met, and I expressed a lot of concern, but to be honest, there, someone showed me that life isn't just black and white, and good and evil are more of concepts than real standings, and there's a lot of gray area in between. And
Galen will start crying at this point.
Lone Spell kneels down.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was so judgmental of you. I understand that. I understand what you were going through, and I never met my parents, and I'm just I'm so young, and I mean, if I
Galen.
was human, you could have been my father. It's
Galen, please. You a young man, and young men burdened with powerful intellect often need guidance. Guidance that I was fortunate enough to have, and when I was at your juncture in your journey down the road of the arcane. I want to help you untangle your learnings, the rigid scriptures you would have learnt from in the libraries in which you studied, really, as you describe, set things in two starker contrasts, black and white and good and evil. And there's much to be learned from looking through those boundaries. And I'm happy to guide you on that journey.
Thank you. That means a lot. I did get some guidance in the meantime, and maybe someday I can tell you about it a little bit, and I'd be happy to give you this book and help you with the ritual and bring her back. And if we need to, we can keep it a secret. We don't need anybody else. And if afterwards, you decide that whatever happens, if either Tara will have some other future, or you will maybe see another destiny for yourself, you can always come and find me, and I can show you.
Make a persuasion check at advantage. Lone Spell listens to your ideas and optimism for the future, and a lack of judgment that has poisoned your words against him in your previous interactions. You get the feeling that if you complete your promise to give him the book, then you'll have an ally, a mentor, and someone to swap notes with.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I want. Galen will take out the book, the Codex Mortis, and not hand it to him, but put it on, I don't know, a barrel that's next to him.
Mm-hmm.
Just put it there, and then he will hug Dr. Lonespell and just say,
Anytime you need me for this ritual, wherever it is, just helping you with the poison and whatever precautions you need, just let me know. I'll be there.
And in your mind, you just hear, "Oh, you've done me a great service, Galen, and I won't forget it. When the time is right, I'll call upon you."
yeah, and I'll leave to go back to the castle.
Alrighty. You go back up into the ward, and you see Libby laying out loads of different components. And as you leave, you see Lone Spell come up. and kind of cast aspersions about the quality of what she's found. And then he makes haste into his office holding an object that he clearly holds very dear. And you make your way back to the castle. And just about that point, we can reconvene everybody for an evening meal. The administrators, Garrod, usher you towards the feasting hall, one by one. Jacob, people are giving you a wide berth. You notice a few disgruntled looks as you make your way through the castle grounds.
Do I smell? Have I got something on me? Has a look. Right, inspect myself.
Yeah, you've been working the docks all day. You smell awful. Fish.
Yeah, I think before food, shower, bath, bath. Yeah.
Yeah.
I flash like I show my pendant and just walk straight to the nearest bathhouse in the castle grounds. Just,
Yeah, I mean, if there were special Crest of Freedom showers, you would definitely be allowed into them.
it's more that I'm not getting
yeah.
stopped at the gate for being a smelly
course, yeah.
urchin again.
Yeah, you got it. I think Smoke, Halvard, Mir, and Red would be first there. Jacob wouldn't be far behind. So we'll give. Well, I mean, Mir, Halvard, Red, and Smoke would all have travelled back together anyway. So I'll give you a bit of time if you want to role play between yourselves before Jacob and Galen come back. Anything you want to say or do or talk to each other about?
I want to talk about Galen.
I think maybe
Okay.
to open that up, Smoke would, he's not been back long. He's been away from the rest of the party for a while, and just ask, particularly Mir. So how is everyone in the group after everything?
Well, we've all been through it, obviously, but Galen in particular has really taken a turn. And then just now he seemed better, but the way that he spoke to everyone at the Spire, I've never seen him like it.
He was
It was
acting very
awful.
strangely then. It concerned me.
He was terrible to them and then stormed off. I don't really want to spend any time with him, but also I don't. I think it's up to us to make sure that whatever's controlling him doesn't get more powerful.
The abyssal creature we fought.
Yeah.
As you linger on that concerning silence of consideration, Jacob turns up. Glossy hair, tied back, fresh set of clothes, smells like $1 million.
Where have you been?
Evening. Well, it's always best to go to the docks if you want to find out anything. I've been working on docks all day.
Oh.
Well,
And
I found
what
out
did you
there's
find
a
out?
ship. After food, we should go back down to the docks. There's a ship from Arnillion docking at about 8 o'clock. I wondered if Tisha might be on it.
Oh. Maybe.
So, but no, there's lots been going on. Well, how secure? Like, are there lots of people around us at the moment, Dan, or is it?
There's a couple of administrators off to the side, but you don't get the impression that people are listening in intently.
Yeah, there's lots of dock walkers talking about what went on and about the Zentarim abandoning the city. And it wasn't ordered by the local chief, it was ordered by some strange guy called Manshoon, or somebody called him Mashoon, and I had about 20 different names, but it's all the same person. So somebody else told this Manshoon told them to leave. So I wondered if Castor might know anything about him.
Oh, maybe.
Mm.
Fiducio actually thanked me for the Zentarum leaving town, or kind of meet me on behalf of you.
Oh, you met Caducho? Yeah. Yeah, when me and
Yeah.
Galen weren't allowed in, didn't want to pay the stupid amount of gold to go into the spa, we got brought in and met Caducho. He was lovely. He basically said we could have free entry for that day and we'd be in his graces if we got rid of the Zentarum, and we were kind of planning to try and do that anyway, so
He's
easy deal to make.
as a reward, he's going to pay for an artist to design the temple to Mistra.
Oh, that's amazing. Like,
I
oh,
can't believe
that's
it.
really- That's great. I was going to look at doing some small carvings for inside as well.
That'd be good. Yeah, I'd like to. I need to
Lovely.
find this artist first, but
What, you building a temple, you say?
yeah, they announced it yesterday. Did you not hear?
I think he was looking at
Oh.
his shiny
Oh.
medal.
They want to build the
Uh,
largest temple to Mistra on the Isles, right here on Silvercrest.
oh, where that giant crystal thing is.
I think so.
Yeah, that was
think
Mir
it
that
was-
Mir that did that, made that crystal happen.
You did that all by yourself, were you, lassie?
No, not all by myself. No way. I just helped.
When you say you just helped, Galen walks in.
Hiya. Hi, Mir. Hi, everyone. What are we
Galen.
doing? Hello.
Nothing.
Is Mistra the kind of god that really needs a big temple? Like, I always thought she was more of a caretaker than you worship and pray to her kind of god.
Well, it's an interesting way of looking at it. I haven't really come across many temples to her while I've been here, but I think if I can have some sort of influence on it, I think I'd also like it to be a bit of a base for the KMF, and also a place to kind of store a collection of magical items, which will kind of.
Oh, now you're talking my language. Military bases and storage places for magical items is right up my street. If you want some help, I'm sure I can. Well, I mean, I'll be getting the dwarves involved anyway, but yeah, I'm down for that.
Certainly, it's going to be beautiful. You say military space, that sounds bad. It's going.
Well, I mean, beautiful and functional can be one and the same, can they not?
Yes.
There's no point in a building being beautiful but not functional, though.
Aye, exactly.
Yes.
Plenty
The
of
idea of display and magical items everywhere, and like they could have like a history. You could write down on the plaques, and I'm happy to donate, Mir. It sounds like a
Oh yeah,
great idea.
like the ring of warmth. Would you be able to donate that?
No, I actually sold that one, as you know. But I do have some other magical items I'd be happy to donate.
Okay. Yeah, we could talk about that.
You could always have like the temple on top, quite beautiful, but then like the vaults in the bottom where you store the magic items, where all the serious business goes down.
Would you
That was
want to
my
build it
thinking.
around the crystal, so the crystal is in the middle, maybe in the atrium of the temple?
DM, do I think that the space would work that way?
Pardon, sorry.
Is there enough space around the crystal for that to be a true?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like the crystal was in a square and it backed onto a green. Like you could do what you want with it. You've got more space, more real estate in there than you would have anywhere.
Imagine walking
maybe.
into the temple and then seeing this in the middle, and then you could have some display cases around it and like areas for people to sit and contemplate.
You could have just like a whole runway right down the middle of it where you could and peruse all the items as you go past. It'd be beautiful.
You know, Red, I haven't known you for very long, but I feel like I know you so well.
I think we need a good security system as well, just to make sure, you know.
I'm
But
sure I would.
With that, Amaris appears.
oh,
No,
where have you been?
it just kind of settles on Galen's shoulder and nuzzles up like it's like missed him.
Yeah.
Galen, do you know if the tower has made it back to Silvercrest? Do you know where it is?
Would I sense it or?
Yeah, it stopped for a while, and you get the impression that it might have sustained some damage. But for most of the day, it has been progressing, and you imagine it would be back any minute.
It's funny you should ask. I can actually sense it minutes outside the gate, or maybe an hour or so. And I think Sam is with it, and we haven't had any chance to discuss what we're gonna do about it as well.
Well,
Tower?
now that we're back in the city, the people who cast the spell on Lucian was Antarum. Maybe Caster can help. Maybe he knows who cast it and can get them to undo it.
Well, we could. I had a conversation with him before, so he's, you know, a bit aware of what the situation is. I wanted to make sure I let him know.
Wait, so after telling me off for blabbing about everything, you blabbed everything to Caster?
No, I didn't say everything. I told him some of it.
Everybody, just make a perception check for me.
I'm not good at
I'm gonna
this.
use-
Oh, 16. That's pretty good, though.
It's not good for Jacob.
Can I have an ability I would like to use. I think.
What's your ability?
If it makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use your reaction to add +3 to the roll. I would like to give that to Jacob.
Just put the ability up in the chat. Can you do that? Can you just copy and paste? Flash of
Flash of
genius.
genius. I love this.
If it's, I think if it's relating to Zentarum, would be the only reason I would give it to Jacob, because I was just about to. Yeah.
Well, there's no way to know, so you can give it to Jacob.
I'll use it. Yeah, I'll give him +3.
Okay. So Jacob goes 15, Harvard 16, Smoke. Oh, Red 19.
Yeah.
Red. You're the only one who notices this, but the aides around the court and the castle grounds as you walked in and just out of earshot seem to be talking about the rumor that Lucian isn't Lucian and Lucian's actually a robot. Which would concern everybody as they plan on what to do next, I think. Or it can definitely concern Red if she were to share it with everybody else.
Yeah, I'd just be like, oh shit. And then I'll just kind of whisper, give them an idea. The rest of the group.
Well, they say that the only
That's
good secret.
unfortunate.
Yeah, they say if two people know a secret, the only way to keep it secret is to kill one of them. You've spread that secret a bit far, Galen.
Well, I only spoke to Castor. I don't know if anybody overheard us or what, but my we don't know what to do here, and obviously we are responsible for what's happening with the city, and we want what's best for it. And I thought that we would have told
Jesus, what's that woman's name again?
Corazon?
Corazon and Castor anyway. I don't know how this got out because Castor said he wouldn't say a word.
Just as you
Obviously
are trying
his
to
work.
pin the source of these rumors down, Corazon enters the feasting hall from her chamber at the back. Ah, my friends, Nice of you to join me once more.
Hello.
Is everybody in
to
good
see you,
health?
Corazon.
Jacob, you're
Yeah?
looking cleaner than I've ever known you.
Well, when you spend the whole day helping out in the docks, you need a shower.
Oh, my brother will be pleased. Seems as though the docks obviously used to be under the jurisdiction of the Zentarim, but since they upped and left, they're now back under central control, which means, we'll have to renegotiate a new treaty with the dockmasters, new rates of pay. I'm sure things that my brother can help sort out.
Yeah, you doing that? Have you been made aware that there's a ship from Arnelian on its way in?
Yes, he told me earlier. I'm not sure what nerve anyone from Arnelian's got showing up at these docks. They weren't here in our hour of need, and I'll be giving them short shrifts, sending them right back on the boat from whence they came.
Well, it's either it could be the Zentarum coming back. We met some of them when we were on Arnelian, or it could be a friend we made there coming to the island to meet her sister.
Friend, you made a friend on Arnelian.
We fought alongside a girl, Nain, some months ago, and her sister Tisha. We saved her from a not very nice thing on Arnelian.
You mean to say that not only have you installed yourselves as the saviors of Silvercrest, but you've also found your way into the Arnelian royal family? I really can't take my eyes off you guys for a second, can I?
I've
mean, if-
only been here for a few moments, and I've already got. Well, I thought it was one question, but now I've got 3 questions.
Hey,
Halvard, please.
Albert, if
Ask
one of
away.
them's "Do you want a beer?" then the answer is always yes.
No, that's never a question. That's a statement. First question: what's a robot?
Uh,
Have you seen the metal constructs outside the city fighting the forces?
As Galen mentions them, the bells in the Cathedral of Tears start to ring. And one of the aides kind of runs in and whispers something in Corazel's ear. Oh, Halvard, you asked a question at the perfect time to be shown exactly what they are. Shall we take a few bits and bobs to the city walls?
Yes.
I will assemble a tray on top of the keg, so it's like a dinner tray, and then place various bits of food and snacks, like a tapas.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a walking
Muggins-
tapas.
Love
with
that.
buffet
Muggins
and-
just puts loads of pork pies inside itself. Like-
Is he there? Like on top of the barrel still, Muggins?
Yeah.
Can Galen will just try to like play with it.
You reach towards where the pork pies are being stored, and it like bats your hand back, the spoon.
It
Can
can't
I
do
make
that.
him make a dexterity
It can't do
saving
that.
throw?
It can't do
yeah.
that. It can't do that.
Muggins kills
can't I do that?
Galen. Let's go.
What type of creature is your?
No,
Mongoose.
it's not attacking you. It's
Right.
protecting its pork pies.
No, I was referring to what that Andy was trying to do with Dex save.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What were you trying to do, Andy?
I was going to say, can he make a dex save if he tries to play with Muggins?
Yeah, do it. I'll tell you what happens. Do it.
Sure.
What are you triggering there, Andy?
I'm not triggering anything. He just has a fork and a knife for hands.
You notice as Galen goes to touch Muggins, Muggins goes to bat away his hand, but stops short of Galen's hand, and Galen's able to pick Muggins up.
What?
Muggins' self-defense is rendered completely inert by Galen's touch. It would strike you
He's
as
so cute, so cute.
very odd.
Oh. What? Muggins doesn't like anybody. And he doesn't definitely like people
He
touching him.
likes me. because he knows I'm a good guy, and he's so cute.
He's pretty adorable, that's true. Go on, Muggins, do your little dance.
I'll set him back down.
As Gallin releases Muggins, he springs back into life and starts doing a little dance. So Corizel ushers you into like the royal carriage, and heads towards the city walls. You speedily make your way towards the north gate, and it doesn't take you long before the gate opens, and you can see a tower that you'll remember when you left it prior to the rock slide. It sustained about a third of its damage, and on the way back, at least another third's been done. So it's in a bad way, the tower, but it's still walking. The platform at the top is still intact, and you can see Lucian standing triumphantly, like with his sword drawn, pointed towards Silvercrest, as the tower like struggles under the weight to keep up the charade of this like heroic and triumphant return. Valzax jumps out of a hole in the tower and dusts himself off and like jogs up towards you and says like, "It's not nearly as awesome as he thinks it is." I haven't had a good night's sleep in like 2 days. It's so rickety.
I'll give him a big hug.
Oh, it's good to see you, mate.
You too.
And Jacob
I'm
at
so
this point.
sorry.
Come, make yourself at home. The salted pork is particularly nice. And hands out some food.
Thanks, Jacob. To be honest, there's something I need to deal with before I start partaking.
Oh?
I made a promise to Warkek as he died that I would return his body to his family.
Warpix?
Yeah, I told you that last night.
Jacob was very drunk. Jacob doesn't remember this.
And as the tower lowers down and the legs spread out, Valzak steps back inside and brings out a small dwarven-sized body wrapped in sheets. And Lucian begins to disembark. It seems as though the enchanted escalator in the middle is out of commission, so it takes him a bit of time to come down.
While he's coming down,
Mhm.
I'll say to Valzax, I can bring him back. I
You
have
sure?
everything I need.
It's been nearly 2 days.
I can do it. I could do it tonight. We could wait until tomorrow and it would still be okay. I can do it.
Are you sure? I mean, there's so many people. He's the first KMF soldier to fall on the material plane.
Mister gave me these powers. I might as well use them where I can.
Then I'll take him to the crystal. Awesome.
Okay. Awesome.
And he'll carry Warkek in his arms and walk through the city. At
Do
this
you mean
point,
for me to do it tonight or tomorrow?
he'll just be at the crystal when you're ready.
Okay.
At this point, Lucian disembarks.
I think as soon as Smoke sees Lucian disembark, he just marches at a brisk pace directly up to him. How tall is Lucian?
6'6".
So they're like face to face.
Mm-hmm.
Just Smoke's maybe an inch or two taller. Right up in his face, inches away, and just growl and sniff and just try and getting a sense of who's in there.
Make a perception check. You look into Lucian Broadgrove's eyes, and there is no sense of recognition or animosity. And just as you begin to wonder if it really is Lucian Broadgrove, you see a faint blue arcane glow from the whites of his eyes, and he says in a robotic voice, "Greetings, Tabaxi. Declare your intentions. You have 10 seconds to comply."
You just sniff and say, "This is the body bathed in the blood of my ancestors." You know, kind of look around. There's people around, you know, city. Putrid. And he just spits on the floor in front of it and then turns around about face and walks back.
As you walk back towards the gate of Silvercrest, you notice 6 black portals, 3 on each side, appear about 30 yards in front of you, and outstep, 12 robots, and they all converge on you.
Sam, stop.
Threat detected.
He's not a threat.
I will run in front of the constructs to stop them from proceeding.
He
say,
fought against Calixeros at the battle. He helped to
Error.
destroy the Gnolls.
Error. Alliance incompatible with programming framework.
There's
Shutting
no
down.
threat. Great, Smoke. Now you crashed him. That wasn't Lucian. I know you got history and whatever, but it wasn't Lucian just now. It's his body.
This stasis effect is similar to how you've seen Lucian have to pause before. So he's not gone, but seems
Processing.
to have processing or trying to work out what to do. All of the 12 constructs that appear before you are all inert as well.
Well, okay, great.
Smoke will just
So
be like,
these are robots, Halbert.
as Galen steps forward and says all that, I'll just look over my shoulder at the body of Lucian and just say, "I want the body when he's done with it." And I'll just march off and walk after.
I think Galen will run after Smoke.
Corazal's like, "Oh, I wasn't anticipating any animosity. What was Sam's main directive, did he call it? Anybody know?"
To protect the city of Silvercrest, I believe.
Ah, that explains it. Tabaxi were the main enemy of Silvercrest during the settlement wars. I think I'm not sure Sam's program is compatible with Silvercrest anymore. But we need Lucian, don't we? This presents a problem. Galen, the tower, do you intend to keep it around, or?
And I'll just sort of stop and look at Smoke storming and like...
Okay, I'll speak to him in a minute. We haven't had a chance to discuss this as a group. There's clear issue here because, like you said, Sam's intelligence. He might not be able to change this, and we have not been able to reprogram him. The only person that would be able to reprogram or give him new directives is actually Lucian. So we're in a, or you know, Reginald, who's not here. So this presents us with a bit of a quandary. If we ask him to release the consciousness, I think he would listen. That would bring, I think that's just, that's just a hypothesis, because I do believe he's asked Nemesis when we were on the tower at one point whether he wants us to...
Yes, he doesn't seem like a tyrant. It just seems unpredictable to keep him switched on.
He's got programming, and I think we could ask him to switch off, and he would do that. That brings us back to Lucian, who's... You've seen him or not? I mean, you heard some rumors, right? And if you heard them...
Sorry, did we tell her what happened? I can't remember.
I don't think you did. It all happened almost immediately after you
It was too
brought him
fast,
back.
yeah. And I'm just going to look around to see if it's just sort of us and her in the earshot.
Yeah, and some deactivated constructs.
Yeah. And
I mean, you probably heard some rumors, and obviously, you might have not heard, but before we need to tell her, and I just look at Jacob. Before we managed to activate Sam, Lucian actually had an accident with a magical spell of some sort when they went to retrieve his sword, and he came back completely mindless.
He had a spell cast on him by a Zentarum who was running away from the city.
A spell that erased his mind?
It made him like an idiot.
Maybe not erased, but completely suppressed. And it was a powerful one, which Frederick tried to identify, but couldn't recognize some of the extra components or extra boost that was put in the spell. I think they're still working on it, or they will if we ask them to.
The Spire seems pretty busy at the moment, but perhaps we should ask Sam to deactivate and store that medallion that seems to glow when he speaks away somewhere safe, and just keep Lucian Broadgrove out of public view until we can figure it out.
That's not the worst idea. Let's get him into the carriage. He's normally he should get into the carriage, take him to the castle, and then put him out of the way somewhere.
I will go find Smoke and just make sure Sam doesn't see him, because, he might just do this thing again. And yeah, stash him away.
The
somewhere in
humans the humans were committing a lot of atrocities against Smoke's people. I can see why he's upset.
I think Halvard would be crawling over one of these
He's got big heart eyes as he appears behind it, and then underneath it, and then between it's
like like try to peer behind plates, find gaps, stare into its like big cannon in its chest, like, and just be like, "Oh, you think this Plan Floon guy is the guy who cast this spell? Could they be the same person?"
Oh, I don't know. It could be Manshoon.
Is that his name?
The guy that made the Zentarum leave Silvercrest. I think, yeah, maybe. I think
Hanshu.
I think the best bet is to speak to your brother, Corazel. Do you know where Castor is?
He's due back at the castle for an evening meal. I was surprised he didn't make it before we left, actually. We should reconvene there.
I don't know much about the Zentarum, but if he can do that to Lucian Broadgrove, who obviously been in Crystal Spear for as long as I have, Silvercrest, sorry, as long as I have, I've heard enough about to know he was quite a powerful man.
Yes, quite is a formidable opponent if you know you can disable one of the greatest heroes of Silvercrest. Come on, someone help me get Lucian in the carriage.
I'll help.
As you go to help, Sam wakes up. Back online. No threat detected. How may I be of assistance?
You're okay for now, Sam. You can have a rest.
Can you step in the carriage, please?
Of course. Would you like a report?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Debrief to us as we travel back to the castle.
Very well. Siege casualties, 1,443. Sea Devil casualties, 1,111. Remainder, Silvercrest. And then she like breaks down like, you know, so many dwarves, so many humans, so many Knights of Mystical Fire, blah, 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 blah. Chances of success prior to battle predicted at 98.8%. Success attained. Successful sieges, 0. Victories of Silvercrest, 1. My prime directive is complete. I may discontinue.
For now, if you wish to shut down, but Silvercrest may be attacked again in the future. Frederick may need your help again.
Ah, Frederick. Secondary directive. Protect Frederick Rosemantle. I should like to be bestowed upon him if my sentience warrants any input in the decision.
It does.
It does.
We could
And
give Frederick the amulet.
Your father, his father created you. It's only right that you go to Frederick until such time as we find your creator.
I should very much like to be reunited with Reginald also, if that is possible. Status unknown. Deceased unknown. Alive unknown.
Oh,
think he's
Red
alive.
thinks he's alive.
Redemption. What evidence do you have that my creator slash friend slash master is alive?
Through divination, by deific, celestial means.
Divination magic does not compute. I sincerely hope that your, and look, Sam kind of looks up, deity is correct.
Not everything's based in logic, Sam. Some things come out of faith.
Faith, an interesting concept, based in philosophy and religion, and then goes on about like
Definitions.
definitions of different things until it completes, and then it will turn in the carriage to everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve Silvercrest once more. It is what I was designed for, and what I was built to do. You have my thanks. Goodbye.
Thanks,
What's
Sam.
what's?
Bye, Sam.
I was just about to ask him what's gonna happen with the constructs that are out in the world, right? And I'm gonna peek out to see the ones that were standing there.
They're gone.
They just disappeared.
Yeah.
Okay, well that answers the question. Where is Smoke?
Can I see where he ran off?
You stick your head out, you look towards the constructs, they're gone. You turn your head out and you can see smoke like power walking back towards the castle, presumably.
Yeah, I'll sort of jump out and
I'll talk to him.
and go and try to match his step.
Okay, make an athletics check.
It's gonna work. That's gonna
I
totally
mean-
work. Holy shit!
Why do you have advantage on athletics?
I don't. Oh, sorry. I have it on advantage for climbing while knotted. It's a part of the rope of climbing. It's not.
All right. Okay.
It's,
So yeah,
it's not a static.
you've got a 1. You are hurriedly trying to catch up to Smoke, who every step that Smoke's take is like 8 steps that you take. 'cause
Yeah,
he's
and
so
I
fucking
just
slow.
fall on my ass, and it's just like,
For fuck's sake, Smoke, would you wait up, please?
Yeah, he'll slow his pace.
yeah, I'll come over and just say like,
Look, we've not had a lot of time to catch up, and you've been gone a long time. So I'm really sorry to see you so upset, but you did. What are you planning to do about, Lucian?
The soul that once resounded in that body, responsible for the destruction of my bloodline, cannot be forgiven. I understand that is only his body being piloted by that construct force that has helped us win this war. But for me, those demons, devils, the blood war, Lucian, it's all the same to my people.
Wow, that's I mean, I think the others were thinking about trying to bring him back, because Lucian at the moment is, his brain is sort of flattened, so, and he will need powerful magic to get back to his former self. But you're not gonna help with that. What are you thinking?
I'll just like take out the glaive and sort of run a claw along the blade and just be like,
it crackles with electricity on the blade as you do it.
good luck with that.
Okay. They're gonna put him in a castle for now, and then we're gonna have a discussion. Your opinion matters, same as everybody else's in the group. So, you can put your case forward, but I don't think I want to see Lucian back in power. You've got more personal approach to this. For me, it's just what he shown himself to be since his resurrection, and I feel like there's gonna be other people that are gonna be just better at this. And I mean, what I'm trying to say, Smoke, it's me, Galen, and I got your back, whatever you decide.
He's already died once. There's no need for him to be alive again. He has been here for a short time and has had his use in helping against this battle. He does not deserve another life. I will make sure that he is not given it.
What if the others try to stop you?
What? Sorry. I'll let you consider that. Just as Smoke says, he doesn't deserve another life. The camera would pan back to the carriage, and Halvard would be looking at Lucian Broadgrove, this great hero that he heard everybody chatting about for decades after his arrival of Silvercrest and how he defended Silvercrest. And literally, this person is sat just drooling on himself in front of you, Halvard.
Who else is in the carriage with me other than Corazal?
Mir and Jacob and Red.
See, lady.
Me?
Does he always do that? Yeah. Me. Does he always do that?
Something happened to him. He wasn't always like this, and something's happened to him. He's been like it since, apart from when he was sort of taken over by a robot. But now the robot's gone, so this is him again. Makes sense?
His mind has been messed with by magics.
And he lets out an audible fart.
Oh, like
It
open a
hasn't
window.
affected
Perish.
his intestines though.
No, but don't try and feed him anything.
Oh yeah.
We nearly killed him that
Well,
way.
how's he?
we did.
Surely he'll
we did
starve
kill
to
him.
death.
We did kill him
Well,
there.
Fluids only.
Careful people can feed him, not us.
He's like a baby. He has to be fed.
And with that discussion, everybody arrives back at the castle, and Corazel takes Lucian Broadgrove by the hand and covers his head with a cloak and leads him so as not to be seen into the feasting hall, which she ushers everybody into, clears it of aids, and locks it. Everybody's in there.
Alan, you look to have a great time catching up with Smoke before.
Yeah, he's pretty upset about this.
I mean, I understand why.
I don't think if Smoke was with us when we did the resurrection, it would have ended the same way.
But he wasn't. But I get his point. Lucian belongs to a different age.
Where is he now?
What do we do?
So Lucian is propped up at the head of the table by Corazel, and you notice that Castor is in the room as well. Goodness, he's in a bad way.
Yeah, Castor, we met when we were on Inilian with him, we met a Zentarum spellcaster who did this to him. There's some sort of mind spell. It's made his mind all weak and feeble
Talking
and
about
baby.
Manchun the Many.
Yeah. Apparently it was him that told the Zentarum to leave Silvercrest as well.
I can confirm that because Manchun threatened to perform that very spell on myself or Corazel if we weren't able to cede the docks to his organization.
Well, yeah, it's quite effective. Any idea on the counter for it?
Fortunately not. Manchun is an archmage that has orchestrated entire wars and the obliteration of entire cultures because, well, rumor has it, Manchun the Many is everywhere. More powerful magics allowed him to clone himself, not just to create insubordinates, but actual true copies of himself. Many of them are rumored to have perished or died out in some kind of jealous war between them. But I've met one of them. Whether it was the original or a clone, I'm not sure. But
Yeah.
I've never met a spellcaster like it. And I'm glad that he's gone.
Yeah, met him. He fired that spell at at Lucian. I threw some explosives at him and then he ran away.
A smart man knows when he's outmatched. The heroes of Silvercrest wouldn't be so easily dealt with as I was in my youth. But it seems the rumours are true. Lucian Broadgrove isn't suitable for leadership.
No.
What do we intend to do with him if we can't heal him, so to speak?
Where is he now? Where do we
He's
put
stood
him?
in the room. He's over there, Galen.
At the head of the table.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I mean, I know. Smoke, do you have something you want to say to the group?
We'll just reiterate what he said before, that he's lived his life. As Jacob said, he's not of this age. Who of us deserves to relive a new life ages later, ages past?
Would it be better to have him live as legend? The hero that came back from the dead to help defend Silvercrest in its hour of need, and then vanished again into time?
It was not Lucian that was the hero.
Sam assisted us.
Exactly.
Sam was the hero, not Lucian. But for the humans of Silvercrest, that Lucian worked alongside somebody who wore Lucian's skin worked alongside your people, Smoke. A way forward for everybody.
It doesn't sit well with me. There are many, many members of my clan and the other Tabaxi clans that would never lay claim to an allegiance alongside Lucian Borodgrove. Not in any age, not under any circumstance.
Can I just add that Lucian, for him, the settlement wars, what came after, that just happened to him yesterday when he was resurrected. This is not ancient history, even though, you know, Smoke, you mentioned for your people that would never be forgotten. For him it's the same, isn't it? He's just lived it the other day. His mindset is could he change it? Could he suddenly say, I'm fine with all of this?
To him, yesterday, he was trying to eradicate my people. Let him continue to live that memory in his afterlife. Should not be brought
Corazel
here.
in particular really laboured with this discussion as somebody who knelt and pledged allegiance to Lucian Broadgrove immediately after he was resurrected, who was there. I've declared my intention to step aside as chairwoman, and so the future of Silvercrest will not be mine to dictate. However, I'm not sure I can stand idly by and watch you all contemplate taking the life of one of the greatest heroes in the city.
I don't think we would take his life. I mean, whatever Smoke seems to have this idea, I'm opposed to it. It's not a good action, but the question
There is no taking of life. His life has already been lived. He already died, not to my hand.
His soul has been returned to him, to his body. He has been resurrected, Smoke. However much hatred you have for the being, he's a living being, and as such demands respect that any living being would. But
Smoking Mirror, I take your point. Some of us only get one chance at life and aren't fortunate enough to be cast into a tomb by a mage in order to be brought back one day. However, if we're to sit here and contemplate not bringing Lucian Broadgrove back, then we cannot justify bringing anybody in Silvercrest back. And the only way for the public to swallow that would be to outright ban resurrections in Silvercrest.
The public don't need to know. They know little of this existence of Lucian again. Least of all if it's not a simulacrum, not just a fake version of this man.
They saw their hero.
They're one in the same, as Jacob says.
I mean,
the public saw their hero rise, but then if their hero vanishes into the mists of time, we don't get rid of him. He stays here, or until his mind can be fixed, or maybe he could go to. We could find Frederick's father and send him there to be with him. Or
Let's turn to Corazel and say, All due respect, I understand this is your history, and your allegiance, and your people have built their future from the foundation that was paved by this man's deeds. But my history is all but wiped out by the same man. And if it had been my hands, if it had been my blade that had slain him, there would have been no chance for him ever to have a second life. He would have died fairly in that war, and I would have severed his head. I cannot permit him to return for what he has done to my people. Tabaxi will never accept it.
And so the truce that I spoke of just yesterday on the plinth would be revoked?
It would be out of my control. The entire clans are not under my own bidding, even if I can level my emotions. You cannot undo the hatred of generations, the wiping out of more than half of a bloodline.
Mir, Halthart, so do you have anything to say on this?
The truce that you just spoke of, Carazel, if we brought Lucian back and he had any sort of power, which I think he would gain very easily, that truce would be over then.
It would be out of my hands, you're right.
Cannot simply choose to resurrect the enemy of my people, the commander of the forces that wiped out their history. You cannot expect my people to swallow that, to be okay with it. It's not possible, and you know that.
Excuse me, I know I'm the new guy, and, well, yeah, I'll just jump down from the keg, pick up Muggins, pour myself an ale, and walk over towards Lucian, sipping, wave my hand in front of his face, go like this.
He like cracks
there any
a
way we-
childish smile.
Is there any way we can manipulate him whilst he's in this state?
To do what?
Well, we can with some.
I'm going to take like a big sip of his mug of beer and have like a big
Foam moustache.
foamy lip. Yeah, foam moustache, and be like, what if he was to stand trial?
By whose authority and
Everyone affected by his
Tabaxis.
actions. The Tabaxi, the elves.
you want to start a civil war tomorrow, because trust me, this is what's going to happen.
Why would that start a civil war?
Because nobody in Silvercrest is going to go along with this. He's a hero to them.
Aye, but a hero who openly takes accountability for his own behaviour and actions and shows remorse.
Well,
Albeit it's a charade, but
he was a commander in a war, and to the people, he didn't do anything wrong. He was fighting a war to keep them safe and give them the homes they live in now, and enjoy the goods that they have, and the hundreds of years that followed.
Hundreds? No,
60 years.
60 years. Sorry.
Yeah.
And the dozens of years that followed. They profited from it. Like this, I mean, out of all the options.
And the Tabaxi suffered. So, what if now, resurrected, reborn to see the world that he has come into, decides to suddenly have a guilt trip?
Okay, what do you think?
And recognises the injustices done to the Tabaxi?
You didn't meet him before. I don't think he'll have a guilt trip.
No.
Point is, right now, it's a blubbering mess.
Yeah, so, I mean, there is a possibility, there's just one option, that we could have somebody interim in charge. Corazil has decided to step down, but there's other people that could take. I mean, it could be anyone, maybe even Castor. I don't know. We could make that decision later, but we could use
Can I
Sam
make an
to.
insight check?
Yeah. Do me a roll there,
Sure.
Galen.
Oh, probably
Oh,
not.
well.
Probably don't have to.
Roll's not necessary.
Roll's not
Bullshit.
necessary.
You know what? Never mind.
You're listening to Galen talk, and you're concentrating hard on his words, Halvard, but you just realise after downing a pint, basically, you really need to piss really badly. You're not listening anymore.
It's
Oh,
only
it's
to go, wait, I want to keep my composure. Just see
You
how
all
they
see
go
Halvard
really
just
fade.
squirming and going a bit red.
So we could use Sam for very occasional public appearance from afar, wave from the top window of the castle to the people once every so often, and then somebody in.
Would we
he
need
could
to
be-
use Sam? I've seen you spellcasters use magic to make creatures flee or lie down, or could you not get them to wave?
Yeah, we could potentially do that, and then whichever way we use it, maybe not even Sam, have him as a figurehead. Don't show him from afar. Be the figure. We don't kill him, but we don't restore him. It's a humane
Galen,
thing to do.
you're one of the most intelligent men I've ever met. Is it not obvious to you that the resurrection of Lucian Broadgrove and a new age of peace between the Tabaxi and the other races on the Isles are simply in no way compatible?
What if he was to go?
Why? Why do you venture to try to have this man resurrected, to have him relived so urgently, as if you were his follower? Already, Silvercrest has seen peace by the KMF, by the blessing of Mistra, of other gods, of the Tabaxi, of the people that came together, the dwarves that fortified the walls and made weapons. What does Lucian need to be more than a mere vision of hope, a mere memory of a relic that once was, that won an ancient war, for these people to live their lives and continue in peace?
Orazel, if Lucian was to go away, not to die, but to go somewhere else where he could fade into history once more, would that not satisfy the terms of your allegiance?
I had imagined that now Lucian resurrected and in control of his mental faculties could resume leadership of Silvercrest as the burden weighed heavy on my shoulders. However, listening to your Tabaxi compatriot has made me realize how naive I was. Smoking Mirror is correct and has proved more of a diplomat than I have. I am indebted to the Tabaxi and the current generation of Crestians owe them an allegiance that Lucian Broadgrove has always been unwilling to provide. I'm now convinced more and more that resurrecting him in the short term I've provided is with advantages, but in the long term it was a mistake.
Well, I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'll put it on the table. Mia, if we took Lucian as he in his state to Sargrangula and asked them to look after him for the rest of his days, and supplied monies and things for that to happen, so he can live out his life in no way connected to the Isles, and he can vanish from the people, so we do not have to kill somebody. We do not have to kill him if we can send him far, far away, where he will never trouble the Isles again.
I hadn't thought about it. Of course, it's possible.
Smoke, would that satisfy you? Your people? If Lucian was to vanish, never to be seen again?
his very existence. It's like spit in my face. But
At this point, Castor gets up and says, "You know, I really hope you were going to do this longer. Much more quickly." And he steps up and approaches Lucian Broadgrove and pulls out a dagger.
Well, Castor did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go on, Castor.
Right.
I like Castor now.
You've got a second. Does anybody
Jacob's
wanna
not
do
going to
anything?
stop him. Smoke's not going to stop him either, I don't think.
I think that. Let me roll.
You want to roll initiative?
I just want to decide how much composure.
Let's do it.
We can do it. Yeah.
Initiative,
Okay.
Okay, we can roll.
Red will just stay out, so I won't roll for red.
Oh, sure. We haven't got any tokens. Hold on.
It's fine.
I will take you to where there are tokens. Bear with me. Hold on.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what a
What
session.
does that lone spell doing there?
Oh, yeah. So I was just
he
creating some
fighting
tokens just in case.
Eldritch Cannon.
Ooh.
Oh.
Obviously. I like your...
Oh, I can't control Halvard. I control the cannon.
Oh, that's
and
weird. Hold on. Oh, well, I've sent him away.
Yeah.
We're each going to
Sorry.
have 30 seconds at the end to describe.
Jesus.
And
Hold
then I want
on.
to do this, and then I want to do that, and then I'm going to do this. Okay, thank you.
Oh my god, did not expect any of this, but it's
No.
magnificent.
Hold on.
Halvard, we are all so shit.
I mean, Jacob isn't.
Yeah, but you're not doing anything.
Hold on.
Jacob heard stories of the brutality of Lucian Broadgrove in his father's castle. So
This isn't the right token for Corazel, but I just need any token. Bear with me. So I will roll.
Castor.
Is there a tense music you could put? Shit.
Oh shit.
The caster.
Yeah, that was Castor.
Oh my god.
And he's got a plus as well, so he's probably
Okay.
go with it first.
18 is Castor.
Same as Jacob.
Corazel. Oh,
You
fuck off.
probably have a bigger bonus.
Oh yeah, Corazel's only 6.
Basically, everybody's super shocked at what's happening.
Yeah. Okay. What? Castor's is +3, Jacobs, and yours will be higher than that, won't it?
+6.
Okay. So you see Castor walk over to Lucian Broadgrove holding a dagger.
I'm not going to stop him. I will hold an action to grab Mir's hands if she goes to try and stop him.
My hands?
You see Castor drive a dagger into the throat of Lucian Broadgrove, who begins to bleed out in front of you. Castor's form then changes into a tabaxi that you recognize as Thunder in the Morning.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
That's for my clan, you piece of shit.
Oh!
Smoking mirror. I'm sorry if this makes things difficult, but I have to go. You've now it would be your go, Smoke.
What the fuck?
I think Yeah, the deed is done. I don't even need to dive over there and try myself. If he's bleeding
Well,
out,
he's not. He's not dead yet.
I
bleeding out.
think
He's
I
not
will
dead.
just walk around the table and I'll nod in very serious reverence to Thunder in the Morning, and I'm just gonna take the glaive. I'm gonna grab Lucian's head, like the top of his hair, and I'm just gonna cleave off his head
Oh no!
with the glaive.
At this point, Corazel is like in complete shock as you decapitate the war hero that, as you said, is responsible for wiping out thousands of tabaxi across the Isles. You have your head, have his head in your hands like a scalp, right? And it would be Halvard's go. Halvard, you really need to piss now.
I think he has just done. So.
Yeah. Do you piss yourself as an action?
Is it not a free action to piss myself?
Yeah, sure.
Like I wet my pants
Yeah.
as a free action. And I will just cast invisibility on myself.
Halvard
Yes.
vanishes. Corazel looks towards the two tabaxi in shock. Smoking mirror. You and your clan cousin need to leave. Lucian Broadgrove will reside on this throne no more, and the truce will stay intact as long as you never darken the halls of Castle Broadgrove ever again.
Just take the head. Smoke's wrapping the head up in his cape to take it with him.
Jesus. This is Hector all over again.
And it wasn't even me.
No.
Yeah, I'll wrap up the head, and then I grab like whatever, like wine glass or mug is on the table, and I'll hold it up towards Corazel in like a toast, and I'll say to a new age, and then I'll just like drop the mug on the table and just like walk out with Thunder in the Morning with the head slung over my shoulder and wrapped up.
Is this you choosing to play red for the foreseeable, by any chance?
No.
All right.
No, we'll metagame later,
in
but
the next 3 months.
yeah.
I mean, Mia.
Well, you could have resurrected him if you had a head, but hey.
I don't think I would do it. I think I'd turn away from the scene.
Sorry, you cut out there, Kirsty. Turn away.
From the
I'm
scene.
not getting. You keep cutting out. I really don't know why.
Look at this. I don't know.
I think it's just you being very quiet.
Just like the odd
Maybe
word.
it's just
Not
picking up.
speaking any more quietly.
I can hear you much better now.
She said she just turns away from the scene.
Yeah.
Okay. Galwin?
Oh, can you hear me anymore? No?
Yeah, can hear you.
Okay.
So Castor wasn't here at all in this. This
No.
was completely, yeah, it was somebody else. I'll walk up to the body that's like bleeding everywhere from gushing from the.
Yeah, there's a bit of spine wobbling as the
Yeah.
body twitches in its seat at the head of the table.
I will walk over to Corazel and sort of try to shake her a little bit, shake her away from the whatever state she's in now, and just say,
Listen, it's what happened, and it can't be turned back. We need to get rid of this body now.
There was a very
We'll end it because that's the initiative order. We'll just end that there. And Corazel agrees.
there was a tomb with his name on it down in the cellars.
Yeah,
That's true. It's just through this door. I don't know what to do.
let's close that door.
It is already closed.
The main
access
one.
Out.
Yeah. So just make sure.
Halvard, can you, wherever you are, can you just watch the door? Nobody walks in here.
You just see the door close by itself. There's like a little puddle, like little drips.
Galen
on the
will,
floor.
Galen will like touch it and then just like look at Red and then look at Jacob and say,
They're like, help me.
Yeah.
Do you take Lucian's body down into his tomb?
Yep.
yeah.
And put it back in his sarcophagus and shut the lid.
Okay. I was going to try and find Lucian's tomb, but I don't think I can. So never mind. But yeah, you take him down and lay him headless to rest in his tomb once more as Corazel begins to try and rationalize some kind of strategy, what to tell the people of Silvercrest about what happened to Lucian. Nobody saw him enter the city, right?
Just tell that Lucian appeared in a time of need and then vanished after our need was over. Bury him in the legends of the city.
You have to.
The need for this secret tomb under the city was more noble than I ever originally thought. Perhaps a myth is better than the truth.
You listen, you said out there publicly that you're gonna step down, and going back on this now is just gonna cause suspicion. We need to proceed with the change of the government as you planned, and then just never speak of Lucian again.
Create a committee to run the city. It doesn't have to be Lucian running. Elections. Let the people run the city. Let there be representatives from
we can make
from.
we can make that decision later. We don't have to do it now, but we have to send out messengers and break the news so that everybody knows
What news?
about the vanishing of Lucian. We need to let people know rather than let the rumor spread, right?
No, let it spread that he vanished.
Jacob's right. People believe more valiantly in rumors and tales of legend and lore. He's right what he says about he arrived in a time of need and then he disappeared.
Did anyone see him going into the carriage that we took him here? When we got him out and brought him to did people not see him?
They saw Corazel covered him in a sheet immediately. Nobody saw him.
Very careful.
Well, that worked out.
Well, it is just about 11:10, folks. And we hadn't even got to discussing the downtime because there were so many awesome loose ends to tie up.
Hell, what a session.
I'll stop
What
there.
an end.